Hello? I'm Skycatlive! What's up, guys? How are you? It's December 26th on 2024. December 26th, 2024. It's 7:25 p.m. That's a Thursday, December 26th, 2024, 7:25 PST. I love you guys. How are you doing? What's up? I am here to say hello. I am here to say some things on the camera. A couple things. Along two different lines along the meta. One is a video game meta. Another is a political meta. The first thing I would like to say about the video game meta is CoffeeZilla just dropped a bomb today and said that Valve has been backing gambling for about 10 years. And this will be very bad for Valve. It's probably at the very least a real and damaging inquest and congressional insight thing. This is going to be an interesting thing, but the accusation is that Valve promoted gambling to minors with the CSGO 2 community. And I'm here to weigh in on this. I've been in the Counter-Strike community since 2004, but I've not been there as a member since 2011 or something like that. But I was there for about 7 years on the 1.6 stage, all the way through to CSGO. And I played all of them, and this is evidenced here by how many hours I have. I don't know if they tracked up my hours back then, but we'll go see. I don't think they did track the hours back then, but we'll go take a look and see what my Counter-Strike numbers are. You can see here, I'm going to drop it off the big screen now. You can see here that I have played some Counter-Strike in my lifetime. I've not done a lot of Counter-Strike 2. I did 2.5 hours of Counter-Strike 2, and I was like, I'm all right. It says I've only got 71 minutes on Counter-Strike, which is just ridiculous, but because I have like 7 years on Counter-Strike, and I've got physical witnesses. My best friends were there with me doing this, and then it should say that I've played something like 1,000 hours of Condition Zero, and I even played Condition Zero deleted scenes quite a lot. But this was back before, this thing. One of the reasons it thinks this is because I used to play Counter-Strike for free. And that was a different version of this game. When I bought the orange box for $5, I got all of Counter-Strike and all of Half-Life in like 2016 or something like that. Or no, earlier than that, like 2013, something like that. And and so it doesn't look like I've got Counter-Strike history because they don't count the hours. They didn't count the hours back then. And then when I bought the orange box, it wiped my hours, I think, when I got new versions of these games, which is kind of crazy. But I do have a lot of time. I know the names of the maps by heart. I can tell you what they are. There's they're like CS Deagle, FY Dino Ice World, FY Ice World, FY Repub, DE Dust, DE Dust 2. I know the maps by heart. I know all the guns, the M16 and the AUG and the Stayer and the fucking the AWP and the Scout and the fucking Deagle and stuff. I feel like I need to prove that I'm a Counter-Strike fan here, but I think you've got the gist of it. I think, I like suppressed M16 over the AK-47, which is the best gun in the game. If you don't have a Scout or AWP, you have to roll AK-47. I hate AK-47. I've always hated AK-47. It's loud, it's shitty, it's inaccurate past the first 2 shots. I don't really like AKs that much, but I think M16s are my thing, and I really like that M4A1 or M4A16, depending on whatever it was. I forget the name, the designation. I remember running in FY Dino Ice World with a noob cannon, a full-blown spaz shotgun or whatever that was, and just running back down along the end line of Dino Ice World and fucking Ice World and Repub, and there was the Forest one. My favorite one was the Forest one that was all green. No, my favorite one was FY Repub, which is like this pink sky, big ziggurat map with they're kind of played like League of Legends that had lanes and then big old towers on both ends, and you could either do the lanes or you could do the towers if you wanted to snipe. And my favorite map in Counter-Strike was FY Repub, and I would go up to the tower and then run the back line like FY Ice World. And so I think I've proven now that I'm a Counter-Strike fan. I don't think anybody with 0 hours, as Steam is trying to indicate, would know all the maps by heart, know all the guns by heart, and know all the plays by heart. See, I don't know what this was. Also, I think I've had two Steam accounts in my lifetime. And this second Steam account was my newer Steam account after I got scared to log into my original account because we actually cracked Steam one time and all the games on Steam. And I did this and I showed my best friend. I got in and I was able to download any game on Steam. It was just a simple fucking download of a Steam client. That's all it was. And you could just get in. We used it to play Sven's co-op. Which, without having to buy 2 copies of Half-Life 2, and and that's what I remember. And but I mean, Counter-Strike was always free. I mean, if you had Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. So now, and it's weird because I've beaten Half-Life 2 like 50 times, and it's gonna say that I've never played it because when I bought the orange box, it wiped all of my. See, it's gonna say that I haven't played Half-Life 2, but that is just insane. I have beaten Half-Life 2 so many fucking times, and I have some issue with not being able. But I mean, these games are so old. They're from like 2004. That I mean, they are like they're 22 years old. So I mean, it sucks that that I don't have evidence, which is fucking annoying. I can only hit you with my knowledge, my superior knowledge of Counter-Strike, because I know a lot of it. I know down the hall of DE dust, around the corner with the fucking knife, and then up to the fucking box and take the bomb. Put the bomb down. Excuse me, and I just I played a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of it, thousands and thousands of hours, probably 10,000 hours, something like that. And so why I don't have any proof of this is beyond me. I think it's because I bought the orange box, but I used to be very proud of the thousands of hours that I had on Counter-Strike on my Steam account. But also, I think that was my first Steam account, which I got reluctant to log into because we left an IP trace on a couple of stolen Steam accounts that were like that just had that would just let you download any game that was on the store. And so anyways, to go back to what I was talking about originally, we were talking about Counter-Strike here. CoffeeZilla, I'm going to talk about the other subject now too, but we're going to watch the CoffeeZilla video now while I log into all the games and do all the things and make all the monies and do all the things and everything. And we're going to listen to what CoffeeZilla had to say, and we're also going to listen to what this dude has to say. But before I sub and like to him, I don't like him very much, and I think it's the image, but we don't know, but we'll see. This dude talks about why I stopped being anti-woke, and I wish to write a comment on this video that has nothing to do with his video, but it does have a lot to do with the economics and status of YouTube. And so I'm going to write out a comment to this clickbait title, which is why I stopped being anti-woke. And I'm going to say what I say here on my stream because I can do so. And I'm going to roll this so you guys can fucking see it. Here we go. And then so I came here to speak about optics and YouTube content creators of late and the woke stuff and the trends of the videos that they create. I'm seeing a lot of copycats on YouTube trying to ride this gravy train of why I'm not alt-right anymore, or why I'm not SJW anymore. Or why I'm not anti this or anti that anymore. They all get huge hits. And I'd go so far as to say they are even career making sometimes. Some of them I've really liked. Some I haven't. Uh, but I do see a lot of stuff moving beneath this surface. I see people who wish to come across like they're leaving the right to the left. To this, I say, I've never met an ex-Republican. I seriously don't think they exist. Leftists will go right. Rightists won't go left. The best they do is just become less extreme. Left. The best they do is just become less extreme along those lines. Leftists will go right, but rightists won't go left. The best they do is become less extreme along those lines. This being said, this doubt I have about wolves coming over to the herd and donning the sheep's clothing and trying to garner attention, hits, and clout from the other side. This works. I come to their videos. Quite literally. I'm not gonna lie. You wish to renounce evil? I leave this comment disdainful, dismissive comment. I don't believe you. But I wish with all my heart that is the case. And I'm aware of how cold and callous and disenfranchised my dismiss is. But there it is. I think even saying, now, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, I think even saying the word woke in your title it scares me. Whether you put the word anti in front of it, is wolf in sheep's clothing stuff. It scares me, I won't lie. I don't trust it because I've heard it like 15 times from 15 different videos in the last 6 months. Only guy I believed was from Britain. I will be honest. It is difficult for me to watch these videos for longer than 2 minutes before I dismiss whether they're excellent videos or not. I think the entire thing is a tribalist push to capitalize off your enemy. You do get clicks from us. I'm here to say I will stop doing so. The message gets lost. The title doesn't help. And the wolf in sheep's clothing stuff. It sells. But it builds fear too. Which I dislike. And it just furthers the tribalist zeitgeist stuff. Which is the last thing we need right now. We'll watch this video, but I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. And that's the first bit. So now we've completely sussed out and I'm going to read this whole thing that I wrote. I came here to speak about optics. After seeing a title like this and listening to the first 4 minutes of the video, I said, and I'll play the video, but first I want to say what I said. I said, I came here to speak about optics and YouTube content creators of late and the woke stuff and the trends of the videos that they create. I'm seeing a lot of copycats on YouTube trying to ride this gravy train of why I'm not alt-right anymore, or why I'm not SJW anymore, or why I'm not anti-this or anti-that anymore. They all got huge hits, and I'd go so far as to say they are even career-making sometimes. Some of them I've really liked, some I haven't. But I do see a lot of stuff moving beneath this surface. I see people who wish to come across like they're leaving the right to the left. To this I say, I've never met an ex-Republican. I seriously don't think they exist. Leftists will go right, but rightists won't go left. The best they do is just become less extreme along those lines. This being said, this doubt I have about wolves coming over to the herd and donning the sheep's clothing and trying to garner attention, hits, and clout from the other side. This works. I come to their videos thinking quite literally, I'm not going to lie, you wish to renounce evil? It's almost laughably bad. That's what I come here expecting. It is that laughingly bad. That's literally what I think. They know this, and they make the video in that aim. It feels manipulative. It feels manipulative. I didn't say. It feels manipulative. That is all I came here to say. I leave this sort of disdainful, dismissive comment like, no such thing as the ex-repub. I don't believe you, but I wish with all my heart. But I do wish with all my heart that this is the case, and I am aware of cold and callous and disenfranchised my dismiss is, but there it is. I think even saying the word woke in your clickbait title to garner hits from the left, whether you put the word anti in front of it or not, is wolf in sheep's clothing stuff. It scares me. I won't lie. I don't trust it because I've heard it like 15 times from 15 different videos in the last 6 months. The only guy I believe was from Britain. I will be honest, it is difficult for me to watch these videos for longer than 2 minutes before I dismiss whether excellent videos or not. I've left this comment of no such thing as an ex-repub like 15 times. I've left this comment 15 times or so. I think even saying the word woke, I think even saying the word woke in your clickbait title to garner hits from the left, whether you put the word anti in front of it or not, is wolf in sheep's clothing stuff. It scares me. I won't lie. I don't trust it because I've heard it like 15 times from 15 different videos in the last 6 months. Only guy I believe was from Britain. I will be honest. It is difficult for me to watch these videos for longer than 2 minutes before I dismiss whether excellent vids or not. I think the entire thing is a tribalist push to capitalize off your enemy. Pretend you're changing so you can just draw more attention to the word woke and the division. You do get clicks from us. I'm here to say I will stop doing so. I will stop doing so in the future. So in protest. The message gets lost in translation. The title doesn't help. It's either false clickbait or true and confused. It's either false clickbait or worse, true and confusing. And the wolf in sheep's clothing stuff it sells. But the wolf in sheep's clothing stuff, it sells, but it builds fear too, which I dislike, and it just furthers the tribalist zeitgeist stuff, which is the last thing we need right now. You get what I'm saying? You made an anti-woke video about stop being woke video about stop being anti-woke video. All I hear is more cultural division over woke, not whatever personal growth you wish to illustrate. You ex-righties illustrate. Don't trust ya. Sorry. Said with love. Maybe if the word woke wasn't in the title. And it wasn't a carbon copy. 15 other vids. No, I don't want to diss him. I don't want to say anything negative. Nope. Yep. So I left my comment here. Right. So, yep, here we go. And this was the final copy. I know this isn't video games. I don't give a flying fuck what you think. I don't care. I'm doing my job. This is my job. I'm here to weigh in. I don't like seeing videos like this because he comes across as a wolf in sheep's clothing. I see him wearing these Bayer's man hoodies and wearing his fucking Andrew Tate beard and you know, and he's gone bald like Heisenberg, and he's a boomer, and he's looking sort of like Republican intellectual to me, and he's pretending like he wants to cross sides and come on over here to the leftist side and renounce evil and just give up the whole rightist thing about, you know, all woke people suck and all LGBT shit is just overblown and all this other shit that they say. And I'm sorry, but like I got over this issue like 4 years ago, but these people are still churning on it because they're still stuck in the Neanderthal fucking dark ages where the division bell has rung for them, and all they can see is either anti-woke or woke. All you can see is anti-woke or woke, and that's the problem. You boil it down to this woke or you boil it down to this white or black thing of woke or anti-woke. You choose a side. You say why. Same old tribalism, no change whatsoever. Sus. Lowest common denominator thing. I'm going to leave the no change whatsoever. Same old tribalism. It's the same old tribalism. I'm going to leave it there. Like, same old tribalism. I came here to speak about optics and YouTube content creators of late and the woke stuff and the trends of the videos that they create. I'm seeing a lot of copycats on YouTube trying to ride this gravy train of why I'm not alt-right anymore, or why I'm not SJW anymore, or why I'm not anti-this or anti-that anymore. They all got huge hits, and I go so far as to say they're even career-making sometimes. Some of them I've really liked, some I haven't. But I do see a lot of stuff moving beneath this surface. I see people who wish to come across like they're leaving the right to the left. To this I say, I've never met an ex-Republican. I seriously don't think they exist. Leftists will go right, but rightists won't go left. The best that they do is just become less extreme along those lines. This being said, this doubt I have about wolves coming over to the herd. Now I needed some punctuation here. I'm just editing as I'm doing this. I'm sorry. I'm almost done here. Now this doubt I have. This doubt I have about wolves coming over to the herd and donning the sheep's clothing and trying to garner attention, hits, and some kind of reward response, seeking some kind of reward response. And trying to garner attention, hits, and seeking some kind of reward response and clout from the other side. Admittedly, this works. I come to their videos thinking quite literally, I'm not going to lie, you wish to renounce evil? It is that laughingly bad. That's quite literally what I think. I come running to the trough, and they know this, and they make the video in that aim. It feels manipulative and false. That's all I came here to say. Even if it isn't, there is a direct monetary reward for making a video like this that just casts shade on the entire thing. I leave this sort of disdainful, dismissive comment like no such thing as an ex-repub. I don't believe you. Don't trick me. But I wish with all my heart that this is but sadly, but deep down inside, I wish with all my heart that this is the case, that they are renouncing. No ex-repubs. Comment like 15 times or so on 15 different vids. I think even saying the word woke in your clip title to garner hits from the left, whether you put the intent in front of it, whether you meant to or not. Is wolf in sheep's clothing stuff. I'm not saying that's your intent. That's the optics. It scares me, I won't lie. I don't trust it because I've heard it like 15 times from 15 different videos in the last 6 months. The only guy I believed who actually left the right haven't seen an American I believed yet. I will be honest, it is difficult for me to watch these videos for longer, sadly. I'll be honest, it's difficult for me to watch these videos for longer than 2 minutes before I dismiss whether they're excellent videos or not. I think the entire thing is a tribalist push to capitalize off your enemy, pretend you're changing so you can just draw more attention to the word woke and the division it inevitably causes. You do get clicks from us and everyone else. I'm here to say I will stop coming to vids like this. In the future after this video in protest. I don't think these vids are helping. The message gets lost in translation. The title doesn't help. It's either false it's either clickbait or worse, true and confusing. The wolf in sheep's clothing stuff, it sells, but it builds fear too, which I dislike. That just makes the whole tribe, that just makes the tribalism thing worse. And rings the division bell worse. And it just furthers the tribalist zeitgeist stuff, which is the last thing we need right now. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You made an anti-woke video about stop being woke video about stop being anti-woke video. All I hear is more culture division over woke. Said with love. It's same boss. Said with love. Same boss. Same boss. You boil it down to this lowest common denominator thing, white or black thing of woke or anti-woke. You choose a side. You say why. Same old tribalism. I really like what I wrote here. Are y'all aware we don't believe you? I mean, I'm not going to say it. It's confrontational. I don't want to be confrontational. I don't want to be negative. I don't want to tear them down. I don't want to be ad hominem. Yeah, I mean, and I had a lot to say about this. It was kind of insane. I actually did. So, okay, there we go. So we're done with that one. We're going to watch the video in a minute, but we're not doing that right now. Next, we're going to the most pressing thing in video games in a long time. Is Valve evil? Is Valve evil? I'm going to type it into both the is Valve evil? We're going to type it into both YouTube and Google, and I mean... Is Valve evil? I don't really know. But we're going to definitely look at the CoffeeZilla thing about CSGO 2 gambling skins and the fact that Valve has been backing a criminal, juvenile gambling empire for 12 years. And they have absolutely obfuscated any governmental insight. They absolutely have been caught red-handed. They've been outed by CoffeeZilla, and the proof is there. And we're about to see a lot of PR damage happen to it's going to be a shitstorm. It's going to be a shitstorm. It's absolutely going to be a shitstorm. And CoffeeZilla is getting big fucking hits with this. So we're just going to go see. But Deception Lies in Valve. It's 4 hours old, and it's already got 1 million views. And you know this shit was fire. Thank you. This shiz was fire. Thank you. Won't somebody... Please, please think of the children.
Casino, but I decided to expose the whole industry. And
so
I got bribed to make a video exposing.
So now we're gonna get on the video games and stuff. I just, you know, I'm sorry it's taking so long. I just, you know, I did have some stuff to say today. It's not all video games to me. I think some of this stuff is fucking up our politics and our video games, which makes it harder for the world to be good gamers. It actually does. It makes it harder. So but we're going out. We're going ice mining today. Maybe I can compress whatever I have. Oh no, did I pull out? No, I didn't pull out. No. Oh no, I didn't turn in. Oh well, that's okay. That's okay. We'll just go turn in. Or well, I suppose I can just compress. Can I compress? No, you can't compress this stuff. Oh, never mind. Okay. So then we're gonna undock. I think I've got a fleet up. Undock. Okay, so there's that, getting on that. Gonna log in today. First thing I'm gonna do is probably 76 just so I do my daily. We'll just keep an eye on 76. You know, I love that game. I don't intend on playing it, but we're just gonna keep an eye on it. I think I'm gonna grind. Oh, I have a stack of dark clusters. I want to grind more earth elementals because it's bit more productive in terms of it, like it doesn't take fire crystals to make anything. It just puts dark clusters on the market, and so it's a little bit more productive for the market for me to sell clusters than it is to do baseline goldsmithing when other people could do it. And plus the prices go up when I don't do it. So we're gonna start messing. So we're gonna start mixing between doing elementals and goldsmithing, so that when the elementals are not selling so well because I've flooded the market, then I go goldsmithing. If the goldsmithing doesn't do so well because I've flooded the market, then I go back to it doesn't matter so much because I've been doing elementals and I haven't been flooding the market so bad. And so I'm going to try and offset the fact that I sit in as the master of the lower end of the goldsmithing market on this server. I full-blown do control the copper market, and that's like controlling water or food in the real world. It's kind of insane. I control the goldsmithing copper, and that's big for not just goldsmithing but smithing too. Smithing and goldsmithing are separate things, and goldsmithing is for jewelry. That's like, you know, it's like jewel crafter essentially is what a goldsmith is. And yeah, in this game. And yeah, so I'm a jewel crafter, but my copper goes to both smithing and goldsmithing, and so I control that market. So I control the water on this server essentially, and I don't ever have to work. I don't have to kill stuff if I don't want want to, exactly like Eve. I don't have to do anything I don't want to. I control the market of goldsmithing, essentially. I declare the prices of copper, silver, and mithril, and I am quite so doing that on this server. You can go to the fucking auction house and you can see my name. I'm controlling that market. I have something like 60 to 70% of those sales. All that shit's going in my pocket. All the copper money on this entire server is going in my pocket because the only steady source of copper ore besides mining and killing is hunting the vendor and buying the limited supply. I'm a limited supply whore. And I've choked the copper market, and I sometimes haunt both the goldsmithing guilds. Like I'm about to do that right now. Like sometimes I haunt both the goldsmithing guilds, and I just like empty out both the copper and the silver all over the server, so that my competition can't tell me that my prices can't stay at 3,000 gil. And so I spend 360 gil to buy a stack of copper ore. Yep, and then so I buy 4 stacks, which makes me a stack of ingots. That's 1,200 gil. I sell for 3,000, which is literally a 66% markup or whatever. I mean, no, it's a 300%. Well, it's like a 200% markup, 300% markup really. And so, and I control that market, so it always stays at 3,000 gil. So I can always pull, and it sounds such like a little amount of money, 1,800 gil. You know, I always pull after the crystals, which are 1,000. Or sorry, 500 to 1,000, and the copper, which is like 1,200 and stuff. You make about 1,500 profit on every copper ingot stack, but you're just buying it from the vendor and then processing it. That's all it is, and that's often how MMORPGs actually are. That's usually what MMOs are. And so I control the copper market on Horizon, and this means that I don't ever have to go do anything. If I want to go, like, you know, if I want to go do something, it's probably spending money at the auction house. Either that or it's goldsmithing or elemental farming, which is something that I enjoy doing for fun. You know, I do this for fun. Like, see that elemental? I like killing elementals. I think it's actually quite fun. On a black mage, it's very fun. And so yeah, and then in Eve, I just either mine if it's not an event, or if it's an event like this, I mine. Yeah, we're going to a faded ice field, but I have not established connection yet. Yeah, I have not established connection yet. We're gonna have to get the other client. Did the other client die? Yes, no, there it is. So yeah, we're going out. We're in high sec, so there's really no problem. I don't need to worry. I like literally today, I sat in high sec in this event for and I slept for like 10 hours, and I came back, and there was, you know, my ships were just sitting there in the belt, and I didn't care. I just started mining again. I didn't even log out or anything. I just, you know, slept for 10 hours, got up, and I was right back out at the belt mining again. So I docked up because I had to log, but yep, now we're going right back out to the fucking belt again. We're going to look at this CoffeeZilla thing, but I have other things I've got to do on other games first. What's that sound? It is... I don't know what that sound was, but I'm just going to...
Warp drive active.
Oh, claim reward.
Warp drive active.
I don't think she got credit. Damn it. Oh, unit size harvest. Okay. So we'll go out to the far ones. Oh no, wait. I have to turn in. Oh wait, no. I want you to go to this thing. Yeah, go to this thing. You see, I like fighting elementals because I can just press a button, and for 2 whole minutes, my character buffs up with like 5 minutes to half an hour buffs. I've got 8 of them. They all come out of my mana bar, so they're all free. And I actually really like that. It's in some of them, like, literally make you immune to physical and shit like this. They're really strong buffs. They give you like 3 hits where you're just immune to whatever hit you take. It could be a really crazy 50,000 damage hit. It doesn't matter. It's gonna mitigate entirely all of it. So I like elemental farming, and I like goldsmithing because it doesn't require much commitment for me. If I control those markets, or at least if I'm active in those markets all the time, especially if I'm controlling them, I'm making so much income without really doing anything but pressing a macro once in a while. And that's what real MMORPGs are. That's what old school RuneScape is. That's what WoW is. And that's what I've always done, you know? And so, you know, oh yeah, you know, I was going to write a macro for this. Damn it, I forgot. So yeah, I need not MA silence me, but I need MA. I need JA. Elemental seal me. Yeah, elemental seal me, and then I want you to wait 2. And then silence T. Yeah, and that's control 8. So, and then we'll go use this. Yeah, we'll start silencing these mobs. You know, I would like a paralyze too. The paralyze is almost always really good too. Wait 7, I think, and then MA paralyze T MA. Oops, no. Wait 7 MA paralyze. Oh, not paralyze, but blind T. Yep. I think that's good. Yep. I could slow, but it takes too long. This is the string of dots that I want when I kill elementals, because it pretty much renders them worthless. They can't do anything after these buffs come through. So there's the elemental seal, then the silence. Oh, you know, I would like to throw an attack macro on there, but I don't know if it really matters. I don't think it matters. Wait, nope, I did not stick that silence, which sucks. Try again. Maybe this, yeah, just try again. That's fine. Oops, I cast blink, but that's fine. That's not actually the worst thing in the world. I've done some free damage to him that I can recover from really easily. The silence stuck this time, which is good. We need a regen. I love red mage sub because it makes black mage like actually tolerable. Because you have fast casts and stuff. Losing to the elemental sucks. You don't want to lose to the elemental, and they are significant. They do damage. They're not like the easiest mob. They will do nasty things to you. They'll blind you and then sleep you, and then they'll cast something like a fucking flare spell on you or something, and you're like, what the fuck? You just slept me for 2.5 minutes in real life. 2.5 minutes in real life. 2.5 minutes. I'm not kidding. You just slept me for 2.5 fucking minutes. You blinded me. You paralyzed me, so all of my abilities just cancel on me. They just cancel when I try to do them. They just cancel. They just stop working because I'm paralyzed, and like half the time they cancel. And then I'm blinded, so I can't land any melee hits to build tech points to get more mana off of the mob. And then that's just what they do to open up. And then they sleep you again after they've done 450 damage, and then they run 5 dots on you. So then you're just you're draining down. You're trying to stop the dots. You're trying to get a silence off rather than cast spells on them and all this stuff. Elementals get out of hand very quickly if you can't control them as a mage, as anybody. Now melees, they're a nightmare because melees can't do anything to them. They're like actually literally like stone walls to a melee. A melee will sit here and like you can melee an elemental if it's 30 levels lower than you, and you're gonna kill it fairly fast, yeah. But if it's like anywhere near you, if it's like 20 levels lower or anything like that, you will bash on that motherfucker for 15 minutes straight or something like that. If you're melee, you can't fight elementals at all, which is why I'm doing it, because I'm a mage. I can fight elementals. They're there for me. I can fight them, and they are the fuel by which all the crafting is done. All the fire, all the water, all the air, all the you know, earth, all the stuff, all the soil for all the soil and the water for the plants. All that stuff comes from elementals and crystal drops off of mobs. It's an example of why Final Fantasy XI is the greatest game ever made, because it has these like, you know, interesting systems intertwined with the moon and the crafting systems, so everything is related. You can actually make predictions on how the people are going to move based on what time of day it is, what time of week it is, what day of week it is, what elemental day it is, what crafting that person does, what elementals and crystals they need to do their crafting and everything. And we don't have games like this. The old school RuneScape was not like that. EverQuest was not like that. Like not that deep. No, like we look for depth like this. I think the only other like place that you'll ever find this kind of depth that 11 has is either EVE Online. Rust has it, sort of. Rust has this much depth in a weird way. because everything crafts into itself. Like in the end, everything's like cloth, metal, fuel, and like leather and shit like this, and bone, and base elements that you can grind other things down into. And that depth. Oh, did he suppressed me? Are you gonna kill me? You are gonna kill me. Kill him. Kill him. Yep. Nope. Can't. I better heal. I think I just want to try the True Strike just to get further on this. Yep. And now we're going to try and get a Fire 2 up before he actually kills me. Yeah, he's paralyzed. Nice. The paralyzed worked. Did you see how the elemental just didn't swing right then? That's paralyzed. It means that it just can't do anything. It's like it rolled the dice. The paralyzed dot is this thing on the dice where the dice is like, okay, if you roll like over a 15, you can maybe land the melee, but if you roll lower than a 15, then you're going to, like, you know, if you roll lower than 3/4 of the time, then you're just going to full blown not do anything at all. You're going to lose your RT, your real time swing. These guys, I'm probably making them nervous because I'm just sitting here, but I don't care, frankly. It's high seg. What do they care? Yeah, we're going out to, like, one of them or whatever. And I want you to follow me. You did turn in, right? Yeah, you did. Okay, so we are here. Okay, making money passively. Getting mana passively. Logging into other stuff. Oh, I didn't even get into 76 before I got the daily. I'm going to have to try again. Fucking annoying. Oh, damn it. We're going to listen to CoffeeZilla now. But CSGO 2 and gambling is something that I've been very aware of for like 10 years and shit. And I've been very aware of the Rust skins. And I don't really support this community. And I kind of am okay with both. Well, honestly, I'm okay with Valve taking a huge hit over this. I'm okay with, and they're going to as well. They might even face congressional insight. We're gonna see Valve take a big hit here today. I can't believe they didn't talk to CoffeeZilla. They were stupid not to do that. They've consistently watched CoffeeZilla destroy like 50 people this year. And the only reason he does this is because those people won't talk to him. Anybody who won't talk to him about the sins that they commit, he either absolves you if you fess up, and he talks about the systemic problems that led to that. If you don't fess up and if you don't talk to him, he destroys you. And you're gonna see this in this video. It's like the police, kind of. This is the media. If you don't talk to the media when you've been caught red-handed, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't talk to the media, they destroy you. At that point, they change their opinion about you. And remember, they're the media. They control the public's opinion. They control the biggest machine that mankind's ever possessed, which is public relations. It's called Grundy. It's the John Q. Public's opinion of you. And if CoffeeZilla tells the world to hate Valve, the whole world will hate Valve. And they were stupid not to talk to him. And he brings this up like 5 times during the video. Valve is criminal in enterprise, and we may see them fall like this year. Which is very bad, because I own like 350 games on Steam. They better at least keep that running. I'm okay if their store fails or their company goes belly up because they lose a lawsuit to the government or something like that. That's okay. If they were, like, you know, jading and getting children to gamble and stuff like this, that's on them. That's on them. Like, so they could lose their company here, Valve. Like, the government could sue them, being like, you put like 1 billion kids at risk, and then just take their shit, freeze their accounts, and shut the fucking company down completely for being immoral and really bad for kids. And so we have to be very careful about what happens with Valve. And this dropped today. It's not even like 12 hours old or something. So we're getting in on the ground floor of this drama, but we may see the fall of Valve. We're going to see the fall of all the software developers. They've been acting like pieces of shit thieves. I've been talking about it for for years. I think most people kind of hated that I screamed about goddamn software developers for 3 years. But I mean, these software developer thieves are about to fucking burn. They've been stealing. I think Rust is about to die. I think Eve is about to die. I think Valve is about to die. I think a bunch of companies like Blizz are about to die. I think they're about to die. I think Bethesda's about to die. I think they're about to fucking die because they just didn't really, like, let that greed, like they didn't keep that greed in check. They just kept fucking children. Valve in particular built like $1 billion fucking franchise off of CSGO gambling skins, and you're about to hear about it. And that's particularly evil because all the kids that they jaded with that, they're all the people out there now who are doing cocaine, sleeping with hookers, and stealing shit like Bitcoin and stuff in the hacking world, and stealing BitCurrency from people, and doing stuff like rug pulls and social engineering and shit like this. And it's because Valve taught them when they were like 13 years old, and we just watched a video about this a couple days ago, to join a gambling community, people with really low morals and values and fibers who have too much fast money and, you know, and all this other shit. They corrupted a bunch of kids who were like 13 years old and got them into the CSGO gambling skin. These kids saw the potential to make like, you know, 5 or 6 figures at home as a kid on the internet playing Steam and Counter-Strike and stuff like this. So they all took this opportunity that they saw in the gambling scene that Valve very much created. And it's still there. Valve is still selling loot boxes that they just completely flip on the gambling market. I was thinking about doing it today. I was thinking about going and dropping $20 on CSGO skins, but I don't want to be that person that does that thing. I don't want to be the bad person. I just want to join the fervor to see what it's like to go buy 4 CSGO skin boxes and then just go flip them on a gambling site. But the problem is, if you go join a gambling site, you have to pay them to start, I think. You have to open an account. You have to show them your bank account. And I am not showing that piece of shit CSGO 2 gambling site my fucking bank account for anything but Bitcoin Mama or some shit like that. Some Bitcoin locker. I'm not giving them any information. And that means I have to go buy Bitcoin, open up my old I don't even have a Bitcoin account, I don't think, anymore. It's been like 10 years or something. I don't think I can, you know, even do it anymore. So unless I open a new one. I'm not opening a new Bitcoin account so those people can steal my information and sell my shit to Russian hackers and stuff like this, and then steal my Bitcoin. I'm not doing that. That's what Valve taught these kids to do. I dealt with one of these fucking kids for 3 years, a worthless piece of shit, toilet bug, cocksucker, fucking cheater, CSGO skins guy that, you know, they fucking had like so many botted accounts, or I don't even know if it's the same guy. I've had so many Rust stalkers. I've had like 5. I don't even know which one's which anymore. There's like a duo. There's a single one. There was an old one before the duo ever came along that really hated me a lot more. There was another one that like came in my first 3 weeks or something like that bombed, hate rated me for like 3,000 fucking likes or whatever. It was just insane. That was like my 3rd week of being a streamer or something like that. He saw I was playing Rust with a successful clan. He didn't like that, so he just bomb, hate rated me for like 13,000 likes. It was just insane. This was my 3rd week of being a fucking streamer or whatever. I blame all of that on Valve. Valve taught them to be this way. Valve encouraged it to steal Bitcoin, to fuck with people, to cyberbully and harass people, live around loose women with looser morals who are looking for money and stuff like this, and all this gambling scene shit. And all of these kids, when they turned 18, they went full blown Super Satan. You know, they went full blown Super Satan.
Single counter.
Like all of them went Super Satan. They all blew like $6 million and shit on gambling, ruined their families and stuff. They all stole Bitcoin. They all like fucking hustle streams like me, trying to get that money so they can show the kids that they're buying fucking more loot boxes and stuff, because they're just so addicted to opening loot boxes and flipping them on gambling sites that they can't stop and all this. And that turned a whole another kick generation into another bunch of shitheads who all got used to fast money from the CSGO gambling scheme. That scheme. I'm sorry, I said scheme, but I meant scheme, but it is a scheme. It's a Valve CSGO gambling scheme, and everyone made money except me. And everybody but good people made money. Everybody, from the shithead kids who bought the skins, to Valve, to the companies, to the websites, to everybody. Like, the only people who didn't make money are good people who deserve it. Like honestly, those people should be paying like taxes on those loot boxes, and I'm sure Valve does, but I don't think those kids do. When they sell the gambling skins, they don't pay taxes on the gambling sales that they're doing or the gambling that they're doing. They're not paying taxes on that shit. All those websites need to be fucking shut down by the government, but they're not governmental websites. They're like international waters websites out in the fucking Cayman Islands and shit like this. It's, you know, it's demon bankers running crazy slipshod. Who taught all of these piece of shit kids when they were 15 to be Bitcoin thief, NFT swilling, you know, skin craving, like gambling, like sex, you know, sex and porn addicted, fucking drug addict, fucking crazy, like, you know, like porned out, fucking drugged out, fucking like streamer people and shit, like me, but with no morals or values or anything like that. Only there for the hustle and only there for the money and only there for the gambling and the clout. And like in this whole generation was like completely brainwashed this to believe that you know, I had a funny moment with my best friend. She sent me this picture of a friend of hers, and she was like, why don't you have a setup like this, sort of? She didn't say it like that, but she was like, look at this setup that this dude has. And she links me this picture of this Bitcoin farmer, and he's got 15 fucking monitors. It's a friend of hers that she's known from Call of Duty for a while, and it's some dude with 15 fucking loser-ass monitors, and like 13 of them are like running Bitcoin, and like 2 of them are running like League of Legends and fucking Call of Duty and shit. And you're like, oh no, that's what these people actually live like. And you see his like cesspit Asmongold desk, and you see the cesspit fucking apartment and shit. I don't have a life like that. I did it sometimes in my life, but I don't have it now. And I didn't when I wasn't a drug addict anyways. And so, it's where you see the Asmongold lifestyle and all the gambling and all the cheating and stealing and the Discord conversations rather than actual social conversation and all this other stuff that these weirdos do, the terminally online people. And I'm not shaming them. I'm saying that I'm like them too, And so, yeah. And this caused a whole generation. Now it's 2 generations. It's been 20 years. So now it's 2 generations have turned into drinking, smoking, gambling teenagers and shit that all believe in Bitcoin and buying women and stealing fucking Bitcoin and selling skin money and shit like this. And it's like the mafia and gangs became cool. And now that's all they do. They want to be like Bitcoin mafia gangs or real life gangs about the Riz and shit like this. It's just like fucking weird. It's like weird. It's weird. Like kids gambling on loot box skins is fucking weird. And Valve could have stopped it like 15 years ago. We're about to hear about it. So let's listen to what the man has to say now, because it's like, I've talked enough. I think I've talked enough. So I had a friend who really pressured me to play CS:GO 2. He's a good man. He's my old mod. His name is I'm so bad with names, and he's gonna hate that I don't remember. It's Hop. My old mod Hop. He was a good kid. He was I don't want to say anything about him other than that he was a good kid, but I don't trust kid mods. I don't want a kid running my mods, or I would have kept him as a mod. He was a really good mod. He did his job, and he knew what he was doing. So I was like, okay, cool kid. And he was like, you should come play CS:GO 2. You should come play CS:GO 2. And I'm like, yeah, but see, you don't know. You don't really know. And I don't really want to crush you about how evil CS:GO 2 is. So I just talked about the game. I remember I did it. I was like, well, I can crush this little kid's dreams about how fucking horrible his favorite game is. Or I could just tell him why I don't want to play CS:GO 2, which is that it's just the same old game with upgraded graphics. And if I don't want to play CS:GO 2 last year, I don't want to play it this year, whether it's got updated graphics or not. And that's how I left it. But what I was really thinking, and I remember thinking this, I was like, well, I can crush this little 15-year-old kid's dreams about his favorite game. Or I could just let them do it eventually, because they're going to do it. They're going to expose Valve and that whole scene for what they actually are. And the Rust skins, and the fucking League of Legends skins, and all the CS:GO and Valorant skins and all this other shit. All those skin scenes are fucking deplorable, amoral, fucking immoral messes designed to jade and steal the and corrupt the innocence of children and turn them into lifelong goddamn digital gamblers who can do it legally so they don't ever have to leave the house. And you just send your fucking money to your piece of shit Bitcoin overlords from your house. They don't even have to come to you to rob you. You just send the money to them. That's how stupid that shitty scene is. You don't leave your house. You gamble all the time on skins that women don't appreciate and don't care about. You trade them in for real Bitcoin and money, and trade them in for stuff like Steam money for Steam decks and stuff like this, and sell the Steam decks. I'm sure it monetarily is probably great. I'm sure, but like it's still you sending all of your money, whether you gamble for it or won it or bought it or earned it or whatever it is. It's still you sitting in your house sending all of your money to Valve and or these gambling websites. That is how bad it is. And most of the time you're a minor. You probably are working some crappy job at the Whole Foods or something, and you're sending your goddamn sandwich maker money. You're spending your sandwich maker money at the Subway or whatever on fucking skins for Fortnite or fucking like Valorant 2, so you can gamble and all this. And trust me, as kids, I know your parents have just don't care how much money you have, and they act like they just want to hand it to you and all this stuff. But no, you do need to be thinking about your money as early as like 13, because everything is so fucking expensive now. Everything is so expensive now. You can't afford CS:GO gambling skins. You can afford to try to get rich off them, but how often do gamblers truly get rich? Do you believe it's the gamblers who are making the money, or do you think it's Kick? It's actually the casinos that make the money, not the gamblers. The gamblers lose the money. If they're smart, good, attractive, or whatever it is, or charismatic, they can get comped by the casino, which is what most good gamblers do, frankly. And if you don't have that, all you're doing is sending your fucking money away over a digital cable, so the criminals and gamblers and fucking crazy scumlords can just steal from you without you ever leaving your house and without them ever meeting you. That's what that actually is. That's how bad this stupid shit is. It is actually that bad. And in every fucking streamer did it. Trainwrecks and fucking XQC and fucking all these crazy fucking burnout streamers and shit and all this. I was convinced that people like a Theme were kind of caught up in this scene and all this, and he kind of died. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. I was always convinced that Swifty got caught up in this scene, and it's why he left the WoW scene and all this. I swear to God, in the background you can feel the underage gambling money empire corrupting the fucking competitive shooter friends that you have, completely corrupting them. I know it sounds fucking fucked up, like it's a bunch of groomers after a bunch of children, because it kind of is, except these groomers don't want sex. They want your fucking skin money. They don't want to fuck you. They want to fuck you financially. They want to fuck your parents. They want to get that skin money. They want you gambling so that you leave with nothing and they leave with everything. They run the online casinos. They run the Bitcoin circles. They steal the Bitcoin. They're not, they run the NFT circles, so you can't make any money there. I had a friend named FarmBot Josh. He was obsessed with NFTs, and every time he brought it up, I was like, absolutely no, not the fuck not, Josh. And he would be like, you don't want to invest in NFTs? I'll make you famous. And I was like, I believe that you can. I believe you are that smart and that cool. I believe you could make me famous. But no, I'm just going to invest in you. If you spend my money on Bitcoin, I won't be your friend anymore. But I'll give you $50. I believe in you. I don't believe in the goddamn Bitcoin. I don't believe in the fucking hustles or the gambling or the NFTs. I don't believe in NFTs. He wanted me to buy NFTs. And he's like, I will make us rich. And he was like, all I need is like 50 or $100. And I'm like, no, I'll give you $100 and I'll just invest in you as an individual if you're that desperate for an angel investor. But I really don't want you buying NFTs with it. No. And I was like, if it's for NFTs, the answer is no. And he was like, really, Cat? And I was like, yeah, dude, because it's like everything I've ever heard about that entire goddamn scene. It's like something from the Bible. It sounds like Satan from the fucking Bible. Everything I've ever heard out of that fucking scene, from the software stealing to the underage gambling on CS:GO 2 to all of this shit. It all sounds like fucking Satan to me. And I'm not even a biblical person. Fuck God. Fuck Christianity. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Satanist either. But understand, fuck God, fuck Satan, fuck all that shit. I don't really believe in any of that shit. I really don't. But it's almost a biblical level of evil. This amount of software stealing, this kind of negligence by Valve, this kind of lack of insight from our government on these software developer despots and all the shit I've been screaming about for 3 years. This stuff matters. So let's watch the death of Valve live and in real time on your fucking Skycat live stream. Tune in 24/7, bitch. Yeah!
Casino, but I decided to expose the whole industry instead. Led us from pitchforks to people rushing stages, millionaires making excuses, and esports teams who say they can't survive without gambling. The lack of any accountability making me wonder about the biggest casino of them all, Valve.
Valve.
The owner of Counter-Strike. Now, if you've watched the last few episodes, you know there's a lot of opinions about what the problem.
We will save the children. The comment that I left on this video was like, this shiz was fire, thank you. Won't somebody please think of the children? That's Maud Flanders. And then I'm like, or no, I'm sorry, it's Helen Lovejoy. It's Helen Lovejoy from The Simpsons, right? I mangled my Simpsons. I'm sorry. I am a Simpsons freak, but yeah. So that's Helen Lovejoy, right? Won't somebody please think of the children? Because you know what I think? I really think this. I think this somewhere along the line, a bunch of shitheads like Valve and Bitcoin thieves and dudes on the internet who watch hentai all day and have fucked up lives and sit in discords rather than having sociality or anything like that. And it's just, kind of fucked up people a little bit. Got contact with kids on the internet and then immediately started selling them gambling skins. And it wasn't just the goddamn gamblers. It was also Valve. Valve sells the biggest gambling skin of all, which is the loot box itself. And they do stuff. You're going to hear about all the tricks they do to get around the government, all the tricks that Valve does to get around the government so they can sell these very, very addictive things to kids. It's insane. It's like the actual, like, you remember how Dare used to be like save kids from drugs and all that? You know what really needed to happen? It wasn't Dare. It was actual internet law. That's what needed to fucking happen. We didn't need Dare. Fuck Dare. Everybody does drugs. Everybody's done drugs since the dawn of man. Everybody has sex too. It's just everybody does drugs since the dawn of man. Everybody's been drinking since the dawn of man. Everybody's been having sex since the dawn of man. I don't really know why we call it evil. I've never understood that. I don't really know. But this shit is evil. All that Dare shit and all that anti-drug war bullshit stuff that we did. We didn't need that shit. It didn't work. It didn't save a life. Didn't stop a single person from doing drugs. What we needed was, we need internet law now. We need internet law now. The internet won't hit for another 10 years. We're all on 56K right now. But instead of Dare commercials, we needed to hear, internet's coming. We need laws, or the fucking the bougies will take over. And like, so now I'm just, the longer Valve and the longer Blizzard does loot box shit, and longer FIFA and, and all the fucking Activision shit about FIFA loot boxes and all this other stuff, the longer, and Epic too. Epic's really guilty of this, although they take their money and give it to Ukraine though. So you can't really, I mean, you can definitely hit on them for, get on them about like, selling like, addictive substances to kids essentially, but you can't really get on them about the greed, because they do stuff like donate $500 million to the Ukraine. But that's the philanthropy of a criminal though. I had a friend, he really hated fucking Epic. He wouldn't play any of their games. He was like, no, I had an account with like $100,000 worth of skins, and they locked that account because I was selling them. And he was like, I'm part of a class action lawsuit against Fortnite, and I believed him too.
Problem is, who's the villain, who's the good guy? Hardly.
I don't think he was making it up. That shit he was talking about, he couldn't have made it up. He didn't research that shit and then lie to me or anything like that. He was full-blown talking about the tort lawsuit that he was a part of because they stole $100,000 from him. Epic is not that good of a company. I like them because I don't buy skins from them. I don't care about Blizzard because I don't buy skins from them. I don't care about fucking Valve because I don't buy skins from them. I mean, I do, actually. I do buy skins from Valve, and I pay them like a 20% cut or whatever it is so that I can buy a skin from a skin creator on Rust, and I bought about 10 skins on Rust, totaling about $10 or something like that, and one more than that, like probably 20 or 30, maybe a little bit more after the item pack stuff, but like, yeah, probably about $50 on skins or something for about 6,000 hours of Rust. I think is pretty good. Yeah, I paid the initial, I think I paid $20 for Rust when I first bought it, so then I was like, well, I bought the DLC for like another 20, so that's still cheaper than most games. And so then 2 years went by, I clocked 4,000 hours, and I was like, I'm gonna start buying skins just from the community if nobody else, because I know Valve gets money and Facepunch get money off that too, because I was like, at this point, this value that you've given me. Now, what was that sound? What was that? Oh yeah. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave here to the next one or whatever.
Drive active.
Yep. And so, yeah, and that's where we're at. So, like, the gambling skin thing, it has turned, and I wanted to finish this. I went all over the world again, but I had a very specific point that I wanted to make. 17 years of these the skin community, the Activision Blizzard Call of Duty lobbies, the Counter-Strike lobbies, the voice chat, the Discords, the weird right-wing culture that dwells right underneath the surface of video gaming and all that stuff, right? And the skins, and the skin loot boxes, and the gambling websites, and the Rust gambling skin sites, and all this other shit. All of that stuff had this like shitification effect for two entire generations. I don't like those people. And for like two old generations, I like the young millennials because I'm the oldest of the young millennials. I like the doomers. But I don't like the Zoomers and the ones below them. I don't even know what they're called or whatever it's supposed to be, Gen Z or whatever it is. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. But like those two generations, they were jaded by Valve for 20 years. Valve and Epic, really bad to the point where it destroyed the video game industry. It destroyed the games. They got so much skin money that shouldn't have been there that they stopped worrying about making the games good. They just started worrying about the skin money, and all this other stuff. And so Fortnite went down. Epic went down, the quality of it went down, all of this stuff went down, quality of CSGO 2 went down, the quality of all these games went down, Apex, Valorant, all that stuff, because they're all worried about skins. They're all worried about nasty, shitty skin money. At this point, I'd be okay with saying no more skins. It's kind of insane. The skins themselves like caused the entire goddamn industry, from the gamers to the kids to the parents to the people, that it caused everybody to go fucking crazy. It was like a gold mine that fired off and turned and it shitified like 20 years of video gamers. It has shitified them. Those Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Valorant, Apex players that all sit on the CSGO skin websites and talk shit and watch TikTok all day and kick and streamers like Johnny Somali. It's all connected to the original fucking corporate despots who built the lifestyle that made it possible for these idiots to have money doing this stupid shit. Why would any of the gamers have any money from skins? Why? I'll tell you how. The only way they were able to do it was gambling. Gambling's the only way they were able to make money off skins. Why should gamers make money off of skins or NFTs? Shouldn't that only be the artists and the fucking developers and the publishers? I don't really think the gamers should make money off of skins. They don't make the skin. I mean, the gamers make skins for stuff like Rust. Those people should make money. Yeah, or artists should make money. Yeah. But I mean, like, but should gamers make money off of skins? I don't think so, because they didn't make the skins. If they did, then they should. But if you didn't make that skin, if you didn't make that skin with your hand, with a paintbrush, if you didn't make that skin, then I posit that if the developer made that skin, I don't know why you should ever be able to make money off of it, ever. And the FIFA loot box stuff, all that stuff, the FIFA loot box is 10 times worse. On top of this, we're going to make a big deal about Valve today, but FIFA is what the whole world's kids are actually addicted to. There's only about like 2 million concurrent or whatever Counter-Strike 2. We can go take a look if we want, but there's like, there's only about 1.6 million concurrent Counter-Strike 2 players that are buying skins and that kind of thing. And understand, like, FIFA has something like 5 or no, it's more than that. It's like 30 times the amount of population or something like that. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's like 100 times, because there's only about 2 million fucking what do they call it? There's only about 2 million Counter-Strike gamers on the planet, but there's like 200 million FIFA players. And those kids have been fucked for like 20 years. They've had to buy FIFA for $60 every year for 23 years. So they got fucked by that. They had to shell out $2,000 just to be a FIFA fan. They buy the skins. That's thousands of dollars. They trade and gamble the skins. That's risky. It gets them in trouble with their parents, and they lose. Sometimes they lose the gambles and they lose the skins. And they come home crying to mommy. They're like, "Oh, I'm 14 years old, mommy, and I lost a $9,000 skin today on blackjack roulette poker." And you're like, what? And the parent goes, "What the fuck is blackjack roulette poker?" And the kid goes, "I don't know. It was some mess of a slot machine that had 5 rules." And the parent's like, "You fucking idiot. You lost $10,000 today?" And the kid's like, "Please save me." And the parent's like, what the fuck can I do? You were gambling. I can't go to the casino and demand your money back. What the fuck can I do? And that's the response from the parents. The parents are like, throw their hands up. What can they do? They can't go strong arm some gambler who lives overseas. What are the parents gonna do? And then so Epic got sued, Tort, for this. Valve got sued, Tort, for this. Tort means that like 100 million people come together and they all ding you for 10 grand and you lose your company. You know, and like they do it to like when medical malpractice happens or some car crashes all the time or something like that, right? Tort lawsuits were threatened to Valve for a long time, and I don't know. Why won't you target? Damn it. Nope. These rocks expire way too fucking fast. I spend most of my time fiddling, and the game's boring enough as it is. If you add a whole bunch more fucking fiddling, jumping around, jumping back, dumping and jumping, it just makes it a worse experience. And companies like CCP are finally starting to show the cracks. The problems that I faced with EVE Online in 2005 or 2008, whatever it is, when I first started playing it on my friend's account, like, the problems that I faced in 2003 about having to be close to loot, having to like change asteroids every 5 minutes and all this other shit is the same problems that I faced in 2003. But the difference is now I've spent something like $2,000 on this game or whatever over 13 years, or not even, no, it's not even that much. It's like $500-$600 something. I spent like $500 or $600 or $700 on this game over like 20 years or something like that. And like, and understand that like that's not what I expected. I did not expect to sit here for 18 years and still be dealing with the same loot problems and the same shitty combat that you had in 2003. I would say you kind of banked that money. You took big whale skin money on CCP for CCP for EVE Online, and you just kind of ran with it. Now, why won't you go to where I told you to go? See, and you'd make me do all this stupid ass finicky bullshit. I've told her so many times to like, I don't know what it is. Turn on your booster, get over there. There's all this stupid ass finicky bullshit that just doesn't even really need to be this stupid and finicky anymore, but they still do it. It's weird, like the same clunky bullshit menu surfing that we used to think was acceptable in 2003 is what they still think is cool today, and that's what WoW thought, that's what everybody thought. But no, by 2023, I kind of expected World of Warcraft to be in 3D, I mean in full 3D, and look like Overwatch 2 and play like Overwatch 2 with like 120 frames per second and first and third person options and all that, and it has all that, but it doesn't have it well. It didn't. They didn't upgrade the engine like Rust did. They didn't. They didn't keep changing and doing quality of life and stuff. They just pocketed that dirty skin money. That's all they did. So after seeing it for 18 years, some friend of mine, somebody I respect, like my old mod, he says, "Come play CS:GO 2." And I cringe and I think, no, I don't want to tell you why I don't want to play CS:GO 2 because you're not going to like it. It's a criminal cesspit. It's the worst wretched hive of villainy and scum that I've ever witnessed, short of Rust. It is, and all of them are connected. All of those communities are connected. Rust skins, CSGO skins, League of Legends skins. All the players that play those games, those are the 3 games that they play,
Anything. But I did find one thing.
And it's weird. So then I was harassed by a duo, not just a duo, but like 5 singles. One of them apologized to me. 5 single dudes, a duo, another duo who I suspect uses voice changers, all this other stuff, I suspected I was harassed by these weird skin people for like 3 years. And I suspect that this is because the base moralist culture, the Valve fucking culture for 15 fucking years, and CSGO and League of Legends and all this stuff, and the Activision lobbies and all this stuff. The reason that I personally had to take a SWAT and bullshit like this is because these worthless piece of shit digital overlords made these fucking impressionable idiot kids think that it's okay to treat people like that. They did. They when they made it like it was just about gambling and cheating and stealing and stuff. They just think, oh well, what is it to abuse somebody that I don't know? I'm just gonna go do that too. I live off of gambling and bullshit and stuff and Bitcoin and stuff like this too, and bots and all this other shit. What is it to just go cyberbully and harass somebody? I live this crazy criminal drug dealer, gambler, not drug dealer, but gambler. I mean, I think of it as drug dealing, sort of those skins are like drugs. I think of it as like a gambler lifestyle kind of that's sort of crooked and fucked up, that's basically aimed at screwing kids out of their money. And so that whole community, when they didn't have any rules about jading kids and fucking up cultures and destroying video games and destroying skins and all this, when nobody had any rules, those kids assumed, those 15-year-old kids, they're all like 30 now. The 15 years past, all those 20-year-old kids that got into CS:GO skins like 15 years ago, right? They're all like fucking either like they're all like 30 or 35 now, something like that. And so they're all jaded, they're all fucked up, they're all angry. They do stuff like cyberbullying because they're bored and they can't get the kind of gambling skin fucking dopamine that they're used to. So they go and abuse people and do stupid shit like rip off bitcoins and run social engineer bullshit and rug pulls and fucking NFTs and shit like this because they need fucking structure. They need fucking, like guidance. They need something that isn't crooked, dirty, and instant. All of their bougie rap is about this. All of their money, all of their Alizé, all of their fucking bullshit, all of their cultures are about this. Get this money and come be like me. Come get rich like me. Their entire culture is like this, from the cell phones that they use to the music that they listen to the, and I'm not saying that they themselves are a bad culture or anything like that or a bad generation. I'm really not. I actually respect and have been around a lot of these people. A bunch of them are really close fucking friends. I'm talking about the impressionable culture that Valve and Activision led and Epic and all the kids dealers. That culture that they led, it caused a bunch of other people a lot of other problems like Bitcoin rug pulls, I-face cyberbully harassing and stalking. All of that bullshit that those kids think is cool to do, that came out of that worthless piece of shit CS:GO 2 skin scene where they all ripped each other off for gambling money and did Bitcoin rug pulls and skin rug pulls and NFT rug pulls and dirty dealing and gambling and lying and hacking and cheating and opening up websites that let you see the results of the Bitcoin gamble before you even bet on it. But before you can actually bet on it, you've got to clear out your last gamble that you didn't win, even though they show you the results first and all this other crazy shit. And they start showing you the results first, which makes them more of like a fucking gotcha gamble thing than it does like a casino. So they like, oh, I'm full. Oh, yeah, I'm full. Who's full? I know I'm talking a lot, but that's the whole shebang. That's the whole shebang of all this. I've known it for like 15 fucking years, but the kids still don't know. The kids still don't know. They've been in it for 15 years, and all they can see is the money. That's it. That's all they can see is the money. They've been blinded for 15 years by this Bitcoin gambling money and all this stupid ass shit. And that's all they can see. They're not kids anymore. They're man children now. And they're doing stuff like hate rating me and fucking cyberbullying and losers ass fucking with like Rust skins in their fucking names and shit, talking about UKN and all this horse shit. Nah, man, no, we aren't your culture. We're not losers like you. No, we don't do CS:GO 2. And no, we don't do CS:GO 2 skin gambling. And no, we don't do Rust skin gambling. And no, I don't care about skins. And no, I don't care about Bitcoin. And no, I don't care about NFTs. And no, I don't go to Twitter. And no, I don't go to Reddit. And no, I don't go to 4chan. No, I don't do these things that you do. I don't do these things that you do. I don't do any of this stuff. I'll buy $50 worth of skins from Rust so I can support the goddamn developers because they didn't charge them monthly, But I won't support this shit. I won't.
That nearly everyone agrees on.
I started...
And it's weird because there's these weird streamers that have said monumental things that have stuck with me forever, like train wrecks and staying in your own lane and all this. I mean, that comes from rap, but he was talking about like whether or not he was hurt by investing in somebody. He was like, no, I just stay in my lane, and if somebody needs help, I just help them. And I was like, that's very helpful to see it. And he was talking about somebody ripping him off for like fucking $300,000 or something like that. But then I remember that he comes from the CS:GO gambling scene, and the only reason that he's okay with somebody ripping off $50,000 from him or something like that is because he has $50,000 worth of goddamn fucking CS:GO gambling skins. And then I don't like trains so much anymore. Now, do I?
gambling on
The
Counter-Strike.
only reason that they're able to write off a fucking somebody, some shithead who was taught to steal like that by train wrecks, right? Train wrecks literally trained that whole generation basically to think gamble, to think fast money, to think, fast Bitcoin, fast stealing, and fast this and that, right? Fast women, fast drugs, fast money, all that shit, right? Just like OTK and Miskiff and all them, like all those people, they're all gamblers, crazy degenerate gamblers who make most of their money off showing kids what it's like to live like Sterling Archer or whatever. And and that's okay. That's okay to have an image like that, but what it did to the community was not okay. It's okay to live lifestyles like that. It's okay to be a crazy gambler on the internet. It's okay. I'm not shaming that. I'm saying please do not have audiences of children that are impressionable trying to turn into crazy NFT fucking scramble brained, brain rotted fucking NFT scrambled fucking, Bitcoin thieving, Rust CSGO skin gambling, League of Legends skin gambling people that just don't have real lives, don't have real communication with real people, don't have real money. They just gambling and steal all the time. And I'm sorry, but I at what point do we just, at this point, we there's sooner or later it becomes almost biblical where you're like, these are Satan's forces moving, and we have to kind of protect the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
13 years old.
I think it was 14.
Yeah, this guy's like, I was 14, I was 15. Yeah, of course you were. That like they got at you in an impressionable age. Then you went and you abused a bunch of children. It's the gift that never gives on giving. It's abuse. You were abused by Valve, so you went and abused the whole audience of people that got you 100,000 hits on YouTube or whatever the fuck. And you were impressionable to them, and they were impressionable to another generation. Now it's been 17 years of just degenerate fucking gamblers ruining the video games, ruining the skin scene, and turning an entire culture into a bunch of Bitcoin swilling idiots who have no idea how to make a real dollar or build a real business or do something real at all. And yeah, your bougie lifestyle, you can keep saying that you got to get like me or whatever, but that money's got to come from somewhere, and it's always somewhere dirty that gets shut down, like crack dealing or CSGO skins are about to get shut down, I think, and loot boxes are about to get shut down. Yeah, get like me, get this fast money so I can fucking so I can go tits up and it's feast and famine all the time because it comes flooding in, but then it's suddenly gone when somebody gets busted, and then what? Then it's feast and famine. You've got a kid and a wife now because you had all that gambling money for a couple of years, but then inevitably they close the faucet because it's illegal fucked up money that jaded a bunch of kids and all this stuff. They inevitably close that faucet. Can you continue to feed your kids off that fucking gambling money? Probably not. And if you keep gambling, you're just going to keep losing anyways. That's what they want you to do. That's the whole point of all of this, is just keep gambling and just keep losing.
Valve definitely does have an underage gambling problem.
Valve does. Yeah, every single one of these guys that led, websites that made, more than $20 million and stuff, they were all like, yeah, Valve got at me at an impressionable age when I was like 12, and they touched me, show me on the doll where Valve touched me when I was a child, when I was like 12 and stuff. And they all had these like terrible war stories about doing it for like 17 years and becoming this degenerate, fucking drugged out, alcohol addicted, fucking, like whore addicted gambler that like sits on stream for 16 hours a day getting comped by steak and fucking CSGO skins and shit like this, and just losing, $100,000 a day, but you're comped so it doesn't look like you're losing, but you're losing $100,000 that they comp you. But what do they care about comping digital currency to a game that they own? What do they care about that? But your audience watches this and everybody goes, oh, bro just lost $10,000. No, he didn't. He's comped by steak. No, he didn't. No, he did not lose $10,000, but you believed it, so then you send him $5 being like, try again, bro, try again. That was all a hustle that screwed over like 10 million people, all between the ages of like 13 and 24. All kids, all of that whole culture, fuck them. So my impressionable friend who's 15, he steps to me and he's like, please play CSGO 2. And I'm like, I can't. I'm terribly sorry. I'll give it a swing because I play every game, but I can't play CSGO 2 all the time. I can't do it. I can't do Fortnite all the time.
I think Valve does have an underage gambling problem.
Look, you're going to see him over and over again. All these people that went to jail for this are like, yeah, Valve had an underage gambling problem. This guy looks so much like one of my best friends. It's fucking scary. It's got to be a family member. I have a best friend who looks so much like this friend, it's scary. Like, really so much like him. I've never seen anybody who looked like this dude until this dude. But yeah, he looks so much like one of my best friends, RD. He actually does. And it's weird because I thought it was my friend R speaking for a minute.
Yes, it is underage.
He was a degenerate gambler, like drug addict person like me too. You know, he had all those problems. He had drug issues and gambling issues and all that stuff.
Gambling a disguise because it holds real life value.
Underage, middle age, overage, however you want to slice it.
When I was young, that's the most easily influential age to get people in, because I can't go to a real casino and gamble.
No.
Like what I did back then was I went to our local video game store, bought like $20 worth of Steam credits. I would buy skins with those $20 credits, no verification at all.
Right, this is the most consistent answer I've received in a story where no one agrees on anything. Underage gambling is rampant on Counter.
I should go do that. I should go buy a $20 Steam card and go buy $20 worth of Bitcoin, or of I think of it as Bitcoin, but you know, Val bucks or whatever. Disney bucks. I should buy $20 worth of Val bucks so it's untraceable, and I should go buy 4 loot boxes at $5 a pop or whatever it is, and just place them all on a gambling website just to see if that particular time, for some fluke reason, I pull like a $3,000 skin. But that's how you get started. Do you hear it? That's how you get started in all of this mess. You're like, oh, I just want to go slap $20 down because bro made money, didn't he? He's here talking about it in front of a camera because bro made money, didn't he? So you think this is the slippery slope, the kids fall down. I just did it myself. You know, I was like, I really should just go buy a $20 gift card and go buy these skins. Do you hear how predictably fucking addictive this stuff is? Like, now, did I just say, oh, I got to go do heroin and meth right now, even though I've been a heroin and meth addict? No, but I did say, oh my God, I've got to go buy skins. I'm far more likely to buy a skin than I am heroin and relapse or whatever. But I consider the skin more dangerous than the heroin. It comes up more often. Buying skins comes up more often than buying heroin does. You know, so it's kind of funny. So you kind of sit there and you're like, oh man, $20 isn't shit to me, right? So you're like, okay, well, you know, yeah, let's go buy 4 skins or skin boxes and just see if I happen to pull the $3,000 skin. The problem is, maybe you do. Maybe that one time you do. Maybe you do. So then you do, and you get that thing, and you're like, oh my God, all I spent was $20 and I pulled $370. What the fuck is that? And then you can't stop, and that's how this goes. And maybe you kept buying $20 increments till you got to that $370 win. But most people, I think actually the worst part is they just statistically win, which is worse. It's so much worse when they win. Then you've got a gambling addiction. If you buy just that $20, and you just happen to win off just that $20, and I guarantee that happened to all of these guys. They only for the first couple of years, they probably only did this once, and then they came back to the GameStop like 10 months later, and they're trading in used games. They're like, give me a $20 Valve gift card. I've got a couple of extra games and stuff, and they take the $20 gift card, and that time they win $740 or whatever, and then they can't stop, and that's why I'm trying to illustrate how slippery of a slope this is. It's worse than heroin. When you see that you can take $20 and you can make $470, that is far more addictive than heroin. I know, because I've been there. I've been trying to hustle. I've not been trying, but I've been try to hustle a casino for a long time. I lived 10 minutes from a casino, and for like 3 years while I was out here, I used to take my stripper, well, not stripper, but prostitute friend to the casino, because that was her favorite thing to do, and she was my drug dealer. So I would just take her to the casino, and she would keep the prices cheap, you know. And so and that was fine, you know. It was great, and we would get along, and you know, we were friends, and it was fun. But what we were really trying to do was take $7,000 of the jackpot out of a 5 card stud machine, because the odds are really actually like fair sort of on that one. If you play perfectly, the odds are fair. It's just poker. So if you're actually good at poker, you can win those VLTs that have five card drop poker if they're not jading the results too badly. But that what I'm really after is dumping $2,000 and having the time of my life, having free drinks at the casino to sweep a $7,000 jackpot. You can do that, but the problem is when you do that, you are a lifelong addicted gambler and you can't ever stop. It's worse than heroin. And it'll eat you until you're old. If you've never been to a casino, then you wouldn't understand. If you go to a casino, you understand most of the people there are really old and elderly because they've been doing it all of their fucking lives and couldn't stop. And so they go and they blow their pension or their fucking, their social security on this. And it sucks, but it is true. It's an old fucking bias, but it is true because they can't stop. They're there at the age of 92. And I'm dead serious about this gambling addiction and how evil Valve actually is. When you pull the arm of Gambler, when you pull on Gambler's penis, he doesn't let the grip on his cock let go, and you're stuck there for 70 fucking years trying to catch that initial feeling you got from winning, $740 off of $40 or something like that. You just chase that feeling like a heroin addict for the rest of your fucking life. I know because I do it.
Not only that, Valve has known this was
like one time I walked into a casino and I slapped down $60 with my prostitute friend, and we and I let her play, and I was like, buy me out with the wins or you're gonna have to split the wins with me, and we lost our friendship over this. She split the wins in the end because she knew it was gonna be a problem if she didn't. It was gonna be very bad for her to be who she was if she didn't. She needed to split it. I was like, I don't want to split this with you, so if you just give me my $5 back, give me my stake back, and you can just have whatever you win. And we're looking at the jackpot, it's like $7,000, and she's like, no, I don't want to give you your stake back, I'll just split it with you. And I was like, no, just give me the $5 back, just give me the $5 back, trust me. And then we dinged for $2,800 like I fucking told her to. We had only brought $60 and we walked with $2,800. When you see that, when you can't stop ever again. It's far worse than heroin.
Problem for
when you see that kind of money instantly, you're like, oh no, I can't ever not do this. The minute that you see that it's possible, you're like, I can do it again, I can do it again, I can do it again. You can't do it again. It's just some fluke. Trust me, I've tried. I played. I think I was up to like hand 14,200 or something. I was tracking. I wasn't tracking on my cell phone, but I would like kind of estimate how many hundreds of hands I had played that day at the casino after work or whatever. And I was tracking it in a little ink pad thing that I still have, where I was like, yeah, I think I played like 250 hands today, and I think I got like 230 of them completely perfect or something like that. And I want to get it completely perfect kind of thing. I would track it, and it was expensive, but it wasn't, but then we did ding. We ding for, we had put $2,800 into the machine, and I think the jackpot was $3,700. So we walked with, whatever it was like $900, and she had to split it with me. I only got like $370 in the end because I just like gave her the stake, which was like 80, and then or it was 60 or whatever it was, and then I just and then when I realized that she was gonna split it, she wasn't gonna be a bad person. I was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna be nicer about this. Just give me like $400 and just let it go. You should have just given me the $5. I promise you, I would have been like, congratulations. I really would have been too. And she could see it too. She could see I wasn't lying. I was like, I'm dead serious. If you just won the jackpot, I would have been like, congratulations. You gave me my $5 back. That's your win. You're playing with your winnings. But she could see it was a matter of principle thing that I wasn't going to let go until the day I died. So she just split the money. But she was like, I can't give you this money. And I was like, I understand you have a heroin addiction. You're living in a motel and you got problems and probably diseases and stuff. I get it. I understand that you have problems. But that's not how this works. You don't fuck friends. You just don't fuck friends, especially somebody who's like really not there to like take advantage of you or anything like that. They're just there having fun with you because they're your friend. You don't dick them over $5. You don't. And she was like, you're right. I'm just dicking you over $5, aren't I? And she really wanted that $400 more than I've ever seen somebody want something. She really did. But she was, it was like 400. Well, it was a lot of money. We split a lot of money. But for me, I lost because we had to split it. I lost $700 because we had to split it. We walked with $3,700, but I dumped $2,900 in to try to get to the $3,700. So then when we split the $3,700, you know what I'm saying? I still was like only ahead like $400. It should have been $3,000. It should have been like $3,000. But I was only up $400 after winning the jackpot because I had to split it with her. It was so stupid. But she was like, "Wow, you really do mean to split this with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, I want to split it with you. If you had just given me my $5, it would have been fine." We argued for like 2 hours, and at the end of the day, we weren't able to stay friends. When I took the money from her when I had a home and she didn't, she couldn't stomach me, and when she wouldn't give me my goddamn money that I comped her for, I couldn't stomach her fucking a friend, and so we just sort of stopped being friends. which is stupid. You know, this is why gambling can be bad. It can be bad for so many different levels. Like it can be bad if you're bad at it. See, I'm not bad at it. I've never been bad at it. I'm still above what I've ever spent. I'm definitely above what I've ever spent. I don't think there's any gambler like that. But how did I do this? You asked Skycat, how did you stay above over how what you spent? Well, you only play 3 games. It's Texas Hold'em, blackjack, or roulette. One of those 3. Or some version of those, the VLTs, right? And that's it. Those are the 3 games that you can play. You should be playing roulette, but if you suck, you can play blackjack and still lose to the house. And then if you're good, you can win Texas Hold'em, you know? And so what did I do? I went and tried to run a VLT jackpot up to $7,000 or whatever it was, trying to get that big jackpot. They like that when you keep coming back and trying to fill that jackpot because they win in the end. Because it's not just you trying to fill the jackpot, right? So, and when she saw what I was actually after, she was like, I want it, and I feel like we're going to get it today. And I was like, we should get it today. I told her, I was like, we should get it today. It's been months and months. The jackpot never gets over 7,000, and it's like 3,600. This is right where it opens up, and I've been grinding this particular machine for months and months. I was like, it is going to hit. We're due. And sure enough, it did hit. Like, she made a comment. She was like, I think it's going to hit. And I was like, it is going to hit. We're very due. I'm expecting it to hit. She was like, you expect this to hit? I was like, yeah, I played like I don't know how many hands, like 40,000 hands or something with just this machine. I expect to hit now, and then it did hit. Like she said it was. We knew it was. We both kind of knew it was, and then it did. And she didn't want to split it. It was so bad, and that was my end impression of gambling. That was where I stopped completely, basically, except for like that. And I'll tell you, that was the first way, right? Is you play only 3 games, and you only play the house odds, and you only play the percentages, and you don't play Texas Hold'em like you're looking at the guy's eyes. You're playing Texas Hold'em at the casino like you're playing it online, and you don't think about the guy's eyes or his tells or his bluffs or anything like that. You look at your card, you look at the dealer's cards, you look at you look at how many people are still in the game, and you run your statistics on what are the chances of what his shit is, what are the chances of what your shit is, what are the cards that you've seen that have gone out, count the cards, how many aces have fallen, how many boots, how many this and that, and you can do all that percentage stuff really easily in your fucking head. But what you can't do is get lied to and bluffed. What you can't do is get bluffed and lose. So my suggestion to you, if you want to be a successful gambler, is learn Texas Hold'em, which takes 20 years of just playing it every day, and then just go beat people at Texas Hold'em without ever looking them in the eyes, without needing the tells or the bluffs. That's what a bunch of people like Dale Brunsvold do. They'll wear glasses that block their eyes because they're not looking at your eyes. They're not playing your eyes. They're looking at the percentages like me. That's a real gambler, somebody who did it for 20 years, who understands the percentages. That's how you do gambling well. It's not fucking CSGO gambling skins with some internet piece of shit who stole a bunch of Bitcoin to build some fucking casino bank that has skewed odds with only an 8% win rate or something like that, as opposed to the casino's 24% or 23% blackjack rate or 50% roulette rate or 18% Texas Hold'em rate or whatever it is, right? And so, or I don't even know what Texas Hold'em is. Texas Hold'em is way lower at 8%, but you can still get really lucky at Texas Hold'em. It's far more possible to get lucky at Texas Hold'em than it is at almost any other game. So it's a good game. You can still win it, even when you shouldn't win it. The cards will flip, and you'll still win on the river, even when you don't think you're going to. It's kind of insane. So it's a really good game for idiots because you don't have to be that good at it. If you're a liar and an idiot, you can still win Texas Hold'em fairly well. So, that's my first bit of advice. And then my second bit of advice is only compulsive gamblers bring more than like $60 or $100 to a casino, and only compulsive gamblers put more than $100 in their fucking online gambling accounts. If you do, then you're a gambling addict. It's the same thing with drug dealers. If you suddenly put $400 into a drug dealer, you're probably going to become a drug addict. It's the same thing with gambling. If you suddenly put $400 on the fucking table, or you slap $400 down on a Sunday when you go to the casino every 5 years or something like that, you might think $400 is not that big of a fucking deal, but yes, it still is. That means you're into the casino gamblord for $400. It's better if it's 60 or 100. And if you suck that day, you didn't win at the 3 games that you can actually play play and still win in a casino, then you don't deserve that $100 to go higher than $100. You go home, you're not going to cry to your mistress about how you lost your wife over $400,000 or something like that. It's $100. And that's another way to be as successful as a casino, is literally taking a 2-hour trip to a casino with nothing but an ID and 320s. I did that, like, I don't know, 400 times or something. You just go to the casino with nothing but an ID so you don't get pulled over for speeding, and $60 cash. You don't bring your credit cards. You don't bring anything else. You're not compulsive with the money that you do win. And if you are, you buy things. You don't buy gambling. You buy cartons of cigarettes, bottles of alcohol from there. All the casinos have liquor stores inside and tobacco stores and stuff. You buy stuff that you can use later, like vape tobacco or marijuana or liquor or bottles of liquor or food or steak or stuff like that, right? You don't buy casino. You don't buy gambling. If you're suddenly up on the blackjack table from $60 to $970 in the space of 2 hours, you don't go buy more blackjack. You stop and you leave the casino. You know, that's the other thing. That's the other thing that everybody fails at. Nobody can leave the casino. Nobody leaves the casino. Once they've entered, nobody leaves the casino. They'll be back there 5 years later, maybe, but it might take a little while, but they'll be back.
Years, and for those 8 years, Valve has done things here and there.
I love gambling. I like talking about gambling. I've lived my life as a gambler most of my life. I gamble when I run from the cops. I gamble when I go to the casino. I gamble when I hit on a perfect 10 girl who's talking to a 6. I gamble when, I take gambles. I'm a gambler. I gamble on the games. I gamble at the fucking outpost. I flip 60 scrap into 250 all the fucking time. I'm good at gambling, trust me. And if you don't follow my rules, trust me, and this is the exact advice that motherfucking Maverick himself would have given you too. This is Maverick's advice. This is what Maverick, you gotta know when to hold them, gotta know when to fold them, and all that other shit, right? All that stuff. I know every gambler's fallacy there is. I know every fucking lie, every cliche the gamblers tell themselves. I have roundered at the local Denver Texas Hold'em tables while I watched the movie Rounders over and over again. I have literally roundered Denver and sat there for 36 hours high on methamphetamine just gambling Texas Hold'em for 25 cents a hand. And we can't stop because there's suddenly like $180 on the table. And that's a lot of money to people in the lower class, And so I would sit there for like 36 hours and shit. But we're only doing quarter bets. But eventually you got a table of 11 people because your homies have called other homies. And they've all come over with girls and stuff. You're all listening to music and gambling, smoking cigars and cigarettes in the fucking basement and shit. Because gambling's really good socially. But that's the only thing that it's good for is sociality. If you're that loser who's playing like a video game player over in the corner trying to beat Donkey Kong or something like that in the arcade, except it's a slot machine or a blackjack table, that's not a good look. That's another good look. That's a bad look that you shouldn't ever aspire to. If you're sitting there alone in a casino, you've already lost. You're the blood in the water, and the sharks are coming to take your money. If you're sitting in a casino alone, you will lose your money. You'll lose your money.
But
for one thing, there's no witnesses. There's no friends to piss off who tell the police or anything like this. For one thing, the casino isn't really interested in protecting you or anything like that. They just want your repeat business. So they don't care if you sit there alone for 36 hours straight, blowing your fucking your 401k. They don't your entire 401k. They don't care about that. They don't care about that. So so you have to understand the casino is also not your friend. If you're up in there in the casino alone, you're wrong. You will lose your money. I believe that to be a gambler's truism. It is a truism. It's a gambler's law that if you're up in that casino alone, you are going to get robbed. It might not even be the casino either, so just watch it.
Seriously tackled offshore gambling issues, with some speculating the reasons why.
I think they have all the responsibility. I mean, you could pass me some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin, reaping in all of the money, or majority of the money. And there's a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They've possessed the power for all these years, but they allow it to go. And I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
That's right. Now, the person you just heard has ulterior motives for putting the blame on someone else. Either way, today I want to investigate Valve's role in Counter-Strike gambling. How we got here, what Valve can do about it, and how they've been fighting the change that is so desperately needed. So let's start from 2013. when loot boxes were first introduced to the game in an update Valve called the Arms Deal. It was first described as all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the danger, which is kind of true. They did.
I'll tell you how to be good at stocks too. Stonks, right? I'm really good at stonks too. If you're buying something compulsively, go invest in that company on the stock exchange. It's simple. That's all the stock exchange is faith in a product. That's it. That's what Bernie Madoff would say. That's what they would all say. It's just faith in a product. If you have a faith in a product, if you believe in something like I do believe in Nvidia, pretty much owning AI and owning the video card business, you know, and the hardware business essentially. I believe in Nvidia not because I want to or I love them or want to suck their fucking corporate dick or any of that bullshit. I really don't like Nvidia actually. It's just that I know that they're the only ones who cared to step in that space and give us the hardware that we needed to do what we do. And so I respect Nvidia despite fearing them and not really liking them, right? And so what did I do this year? I slapped down $100 on Nvidia. I stepped with 133 on December 16th. That's 33. That's the 30% return on a 6-month investment. That's better than Warren Buffett. I pulled a 30% stock exchange poll in a single year. That is better than Warren Buffett does. And it's just another example of how I can master these games. I can master these games, but no one ever gives me investments. No one ever lets me try. I constantly have to go up at the casino alone because I'm the only degenerate gambler there and all this. And it's just, it's problematic. So I just don't do this stuff. I just look at it from the outside. Like, I'm not some grand master of it, but I've lived in casinos before.
Create a black market of skin betting. The only thing that I find false here.
I remember a time when I went on an EVE Online poker website and I gambled something like 10 million ISK or something like that. Back when that was a lot of fucking money. When when a monthly sub was only, I think, 460 million or something like that, right? Now it's 2.8 billion because the game's inflated so much. But I came on and I gambled $20 million back when that was like almost $10 or something like that, or 20 million ISK. Back when that was like almost $10 or something like that. And it was kind of crazy and it was insane to see all those EVE gamblers in there, and they were dead serious face, and they had created their own app, and I don't even remember the name of it or whatever, but you had to log into their app and it provided you this beautiful Texas Hold'em poker table that they had built themselves, and they were just trying to fleece other EVE pilots out of their ISK. And so you would come in and you would pledge 10 million ISK and you would send it to some dummy bank account, and they would give you 10 million ISK in their poker tables, and then they would try to slaughter you at poker because that's all they do all day long, right? And that's why I told this story. This is another reason why you don't go up at the casino alone, which is something I'm forced to do all the fucking time because humanity is mostly shitheads, who can't actually have fun or come have a trip with you or something like that, or go on a lark with you. They're too scared to, or they're just too uptight or whatever, right? So let's go get high, get really drunk, and go to the casino. Who's gonna say yes to you? A bunch of kids between the age of 18 and 24, but everybody else in the world is gonna be like, no, I've got work tomorrow, or no, I don't want to get high with you. I don't want to be a drug addict. No, I don't want to get drunk. I've got work tomorrow, that kind of thing. Adults don't generally say yes to you. Kids will, but kids from 18 to 26 will say, yeah, let's go to the casino. But people, 26 to like 50, they'll be like, maybe next month. Yeah. And they'll put you off because they don't have the time for that kind of thing. So, so it's hard. So I'm often in there alone. I'm trying to hustle the casino alone. It's fucking annoying, but I learned from that EVE gambling site that these people do this all of their fucking lives, and when you step in the door, they're waiting for you to step in the door, and what you suspect in the back of your mind that they're hustling you is actually true. The casinos like that, the websites are like that. They skew if you're playing a slot machine, you are a goddamn moron. That was my problem. I was playing VLT for 25 cents to try to win the $7,000 jackpot on the 5-card stud, but trust me, it took me a lot longer than it should have, because they can just skew the goddamn they can just skew the outcome on the machines, and the casinos get caught doing this all the time. I mean, it's not they're not famous for it, but they do get caught occasionally doing this, and so it's just sort of crazy. It's like those machines, don't trust them, and especially not if you're alone. I swear to God, they'll do crazy things. Like they'll network the fucking machines together, and they'll see that a husband-wife pair sits down at the same fucking machines, and they'll see two machines fire up at the same time. So then I swear to God, they will up the chances on those machines for about 5 minutes, so that elderly couple feels like they're winning. And the casino doesn't care if the casino loses $2,200 in that first 5 minutes, because they know that the elderly couple is gonna get, when they get that endorphin rush of winning like $2,200 or something like that off of a $5 bet, the elderly couple keeps coming back, and they keep dumping and dumping and dumping, trying to get that $2,000 again. So they don't care. And then they see those machines statistically light up in a duo pair at 7 p.m. every Friday night, and the machine tracks this, and it lowers the chances so the couple can't win. I know it does this stuff. I don't know this, but I'm convinced of it. I mean, I'm sure that it's a little bit more above the board than that. But that's the game I suspect casinos play. And I don't know what. Okay, you know who's really bad about that stuff? Is a website that doesn't have police looking over their shoulder. They can skew that fucking game however the fuck they want. So why you thought playing weird, shitty VLT bad casino games where balls drop from the ceiling and give you nothing is beyond me. I don't know why you would play a game of pachinko like that or whatever the fuck. I don't know why you would do that, because the guy running the website, he doesn't have a cop looking over his shoulder. He can skew you down to 0.5% if he wants. You know, he can make it so you can't even win 1% of the time. He can absolutely, like if it's overseas, he can legally do that. You know, he can legally do that because there's no police where he lives. You know, like legally, as in it's still illegal, but nobody will ever knock on his door because there's no federal cops who care about gambling laws on that island that he claims to live at. You know, there's no cops to care where he lives. So, you know, so so going on those websites is also the worst gambling that anybody can do, because the casinos still have cameras and they still have tax accountants who ask where they get all that money from if they start stealing and all that stuff, right? They've got the government looking into them. They've got all this oversight. They've got they've got accountants who are honest and don't want them to lose their business, because then the accountant doesn't have a fucking customer anymore. So the accountant protects them and stuff like this. And so the casino steals as much as they possibly can legally, and you should expect it. If you're in there alone, it's going to be double the damage. And if you think that's possible to win at a VLT, you've already lost your money. And if you think that you can go find the person who fucked you, that's not right. That's not going to happen. You're not going to find the person who fucked you. The casino's going to usher you out with casino. They're going to ban you off their website, or they're going to fucking, they're going to kick you out of the doors. And they've got security. They can do that. And if the government asks, they say, this guy's a drunk gambler. He's a male prostitute and he's drunk. You know, that's all they say. They don't have to say anything else other than that. They'll say, oh, he was a gambler, he's a male prostitute, and he's drunk, and he's up in here acting bad, and and he made an accusation that we fixed the machines. But of course they did fix the machines, and he's probably right. But the problem is that the government doesn't believe the gambler. The government believes the casino with all the accountants and all the lawyers who will sue them if they try to say anything different. So it's sort of funny. So like when you look at protection when you're gambling, the least amount of protection that you could possibly have in the gambling hemisphere, the lowest chances of winning, really, and I'm not kidding about this, the lowest chances of winning are these CSGO websites. They literally are. They are the worst suckers game that mankind has ever created. It's worse than 3-Card Monte. 3-Card Monte, well, it's not worse than 3-Card Monte because you can't win 3-Card Monte. But I mean, you can't, but I mean, yeah. Anyway, I said what I needed to say.
Is the quote, without any of the danger. Because if you look at the wrong casino, this guy might show up at your house. Either way, the arms deal update was the start of Counter-Strike gambling as we know it, with the introduction specifically of loot boxes.
You see why I mentioned this commercial, this video? It is kind of a commercial for Valve, though. It's kind of funny. This is a Valve commercial. I don't know if you know, but it is. It's a Valve commercial. This can only help Valve. You might think that this is bad for Valve, and it is. It'll face some congressional insight and all this, but there's no such thing as bad PR, and he knows it, which is why he's putting Valve in the spotlight. This can only help Valve. Well, for one thing, I'm hoping it'll stop them from doing underage gambling anymore, so that we don't have to worry about them and we can just continue to buy games from them. That's hopefully what happens. Now, I don't think that's what's going to happen because I'm not naive. But I mean, but hopefully I can tell you what I hope, which is that, that they just stop being a bad actor. I'm hoping that's what happens in the end, that they see that their little gambling empire was fun and they had it for a little while, but now they should relinquish and take that money, do something honest with it, and not harm these gamers and not harm these kids. Yeah. Won't somebody please think of the children? I can't say it like Helen, and my voice is cracked. Free stacks of gift wrap. Okay. Free stacks of gift wrap. 76's holiday event was borked, and I've never seen a holiday event borked before, and their solution to this is just to give us free stuff on the store. I think that's what PSO2 and like Once Human and Genshin does, but I don't think it's normally what Bethesda does, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, and then look, now I get a second free item, even though I'm not playing the game, just because they fucked up the holiday event. So now I don't have to do the holiday event. I just log in and get all the loot for free. I think I have to actually enter the character to get this, so I'm just going to go do that. Not that it matters. The loot doesn't matter in this game in any way or form, unless you sell your account. Is pretty much the end state of value of MMO accounts. Is the only time any of this ever matters. That loot that you think you need, that's so valuable and all that stuff, it doesn't matter. It never did. What does matter is selling the accounts. So if so one of the things that I think about all the time is I could sell my Steam account for like $300,000 or something. I don't know, because it's got so many thousands of hours and so many items and so many things. And I think sometimes I'd rather sell my Steam account and just go transfer to GOG, where they won't harm me with EAC, and just not play non-EAC games, and just not play EAC games ever again. Sounds good to me. Oh boy, these graphics just do not look good to me anymore. It's this year. It happened this year. I like the game, the way this game looked up until this year. It even looks beautiful sometimes in the daylight and all that. But no, this just doesn't look fucking good. This does not look good to me. It looks fucking crappy. It looks like Fallout 4 levels of graphics, but we're in the modern era. Because that's what it is. So, do I open these presents to get them before they... Mole Miner Pail. Cranberry Moonshine. Ooh, bobbleheads. Where are these Christmas wraps or whatever? Gift wraps. Where else would they be? Food and drink? Where are these gift wrap things? Where are these gift wrap things? I don't see them. See, this game's so janky now. It's like I don't even care. I'm just gonna log. I don't care to find out. I think I'm done with this game. It's kind of sad. I think I'm graduating from the last gen. I think the last gen died in December of 2024. I think the last gen died this month because this game was tolerable to me last month. It's not tolerable to me anymore. The only reason I'm logging into it is to get their free loot in case I ever sell my account, which is kind of insane. That's really not too good for MMO players. But yeah, I'm getting off this game. I'm terribly sorry. It's just not the game it was last year. But it is the same game it was last year. I don't really see what changed. It's something about time zero marched on. That's a BoJack quote, right? Time zero marches on, right? I love that quote. And yeah, time zero marches on, and that killed 76, and it killed it for me. I don't think I ever want to play that game again, which sucks. I've always thought like I wanted to play that game, but
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, am I full? Yes, I'm full. No, wait, I'm full. I am not paying attention. I really don't care. Just go turn in. Whatever. I don't know. Are you full? Kind of. Okay, I want to pull an elemental now that I'm buffed. We're gonna open with a Control 8. He got the cast off. I did not land that silence. He completely resisted the spell for some reason. I guess elementals can't be silenced. The fuck is that? I landed the para though, I think. I want to dispel his... Or, well, let's open up with Fire 3. Oh yeah, I love doing spells. I can feel my stream changing. I can feel that the last gen died. I can feel that YouTube is not dying, but it's changing in the respect that, like, the old style of, like, DIY is sort of changing and is becoming a little bit more professional. People are starting to do it as a job and stuff, I think. And that sort of changed the ethos and how valuable the content is. I think some of the old games are going to live, but some of the new games are going to die, and I can see that coming. I've become like a game prophet, I think, because I can see it coming. I saw the death of MMORPGs in 2015. The rest of the community didn't see it until 2021. They were 6 years late on that one. But I knew in 2015, I stopped playing WoW in 2015, and it wasn't because I was burnt out. I saw the death of the industry. I was like, there's no reason to sit here and cap out BFA and cap out Shadowlands and cap out fucking Dragonflight. There's really no reason. I did the lore achievements and left because there's no reason to do it. Like the community died. There's no sociality there. There's not really that much fun to be had. There's only just the same old grind. And I just sort of like, you know, and I'm going to stay in the MMORPG lifestyle, but I'm definitely making some changes. I'm only going to lead to high sec in anymore in non-consensual games. I'm going to stay away from non-consensual games. I don't think they're good. Now we go out to a planet 100 km away and warp out. Warp. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Oop, I gotta pay attention here or she'll kill me. Uh-oh. Thunder 3 to open. Nope, she interrupted. Come on, man. What you doing there? Okay, hurry up. There we go, landed that one. Now we're gonna Starlight and Cure. And Drain. Good. Asper. Fire 3. And then Stone 3. Fire 3, he's out. It was 361. Not bad. This guy seems to want to steal my elementals, which is annoying. I've been here forever, man. Alright, so now I guess I will get on New World and chop some cactus for a little while I do this video. And then I'll get on Nightingale for the rest of the evening.
That's what that's like. First, you take out your wallet, pay $2.50, the case opens, and a wheel spins where items of varying rarity pass by. Knives and gloves are particularly valuable because they're particularly rare, but usually you get an item worth pennies. Now you might notice this whole process, especially the near misses, resembles a slot machine. I believe that's not an accident. This is the same company that hired experimental psychologists to design parts of their games.
So my name is Mike Amender. I'm an experimental psychologist at Valve, applying knowledge and methodologies from psychology to game design. So thinking about how knowledge of human behavior can impact the choices that we're making. The hope is that we can take what we know about psychology, about the predictable ways humans might react or respond, and apply it to game design.
Right, Valve is a game studio that uses psychology to manipulate user behavior, and it's harmless in some areas when optimizing for fun or excitement. But when we look at loot boxes, what is Valve optimizing for? What behaviors are they trying to cause when they make their loot boxes look like a slot? And the answer, I believe, is they want you to just spend more money. And making a slot simulator has been incredibly effective for that. In total, some estimates are that 1.9 billion cases have been sold. At $2.50 per case, that's $4.9 billion for Valve, all spent on video game cosmetics. You can then trade these on the Steam store, which all gets Valve even more money because they take a cut. Last year alone, Counter-Strike made about $1 billion opening cases.
The skins update
Just last year, they made $1 billion last year, so they're not inclined to stop this. They want to keep turning the children into Jack Sparrow. I was a Jack Sparrow. I was a Jack Sparrow type. I went to Kingpin. I actually did it. I was a Jack Sparrow type. Can the entire community be like that? The answer is no. It's more like it's got to be 1 in a million. You can't have the entire community of being Jack Sparrow. You need kids acting like good people. You do. It's a requirement. Just like everybody else, you kind of need it. Wait, so I am... Where the fuck am I? I thought I told you to warp. I want you to go to a planet. Warp fleet 100.
Warp drive active.
5, 4, 3, 2, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. That's enough for this system. And then I don't know if I can use this here, but I'm gonna try. I think I can. Okay, now we're in Caldari in Halima, which is not bad. That's not far from Jita. We will go to the anomaly. We got 3 of them. That's good. Warp fleet's a point.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Big change for the community. Giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize your guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
So you might be surprised to learn that although Valve designed a machine that looks like gambling, Valve actually insists that it's not. This is because of a loophole where technically Valve doesn't let you cash out your skins. You can sell them for money for your Steam wallet, but you can't convert that Steam wallet for cash. So the skins are technically worth nothing in the real world. They're just worth something in Steam's marketplace, meaning their slot machine of skins isn't gambling at all, or that's what they would say. The expected value is actually 0. And all that sounds great, except for the fact that obviously you can go to these third-party sites and get real money, real crypto. You can also go sell them on trading websites, which is also a huge part of this economy, where you can go sell your skins for cash. You never have to interface with the slot machine side of it. So this idea that skins aren't worth money is just not true. It's just that Valve isn't directly allowing cash outs, which is a loophole that allows people of all ages to open loot boxes, trade skins for money, all without showing ID. It's worth saying this loophole isn't new. It's the same thing pachinko parlors use in Japan because there, gambling is illegal. But pachinko parlors are gambling, but technically not, because when you gamble, instead of winning cash, you win these small silver balls, which once again, you can't cash out in the parlor. You have to go to a third-party vendor.
換金所が別にあるから
それはなんで別にあるんですか？
まあそこでお金のやり取りしたら犯罪なんで、犯罪ってかギャンブルになっちゃうんで、景品をもらうって体で景品をもらってそれを近くの換金所でお金に換えてるからセーフっていう認識です一応。
網目をくぐってるみたい。
グレーって言ってました。
All reminiscent of exactly what Valve does too. Can't cash it out in the Steam store, you can only cash it out on third-party sites. It's just gambling with extra steps. However, one player of the game explained to me that even this is a pretty weak excuse.
Has anyone explained to you the Steam decks? So this right here, it's the maxed out version. I think it's like 650 spent in Steam funds. Now, how do you get Steam funds? You can put money on, you can sell stuff on the store, you can unbox a case, get a $1,000 knife, sell it, and then get this. So items don't have value. How do I buy this?
Yeah, he makes a good point. I think it's pointless to argue too long against these loopholes, though, because there's millions of arguments, some used by Valve, other used by Counter-Strike casinos, for why gambling isn't gambling. You have Clash's sweepstakes loophole, hype drops, you never lose money loophole. You have CSGO roll saying you can only cash out skins.
If I liked any of these games, I like Rust, so I thought about doing the Rust skin scene and trying to make some money for my family, you know. But I don't like Rust enough to ruin it by disliking it over the skin scene or something like that. It also cheapens the scene, I think. It makes the game feel less cool than it is, I think. And I don't know, I don't want to do that to Rust, I don't think. Like, you know, I didn't want to join that scene, I don't think. But I could see trying. I could see doing some Rust skin gambling. I think that would be fun, you know, if there's Texas Hold'em.
Everyone in this story, from casinos to Valve, is using legal loopholes. So instead of trying to legal eagle all of them, I'm just appealing to your common sense. If it looks like gambling, mimics gambling, and the players say it's gambling, it's gambling. Now that we understand this, let's take a look at one of Valve's strangest positions they've ever had to take. See, back in 2016, when gambling sites hit mainstream news for scamming a bunch of their users and underage gambling, Valve looked really bad and said they were going to put a stop to Steam users who run a gambling business. To do this, they sent out several cease and desist letters, and some of those sites ceased, but others didn't. 8 years later, some of the same casino sites are still operating. Meanwhile, influencers are clearly still getting paid millions of dollars. Esports teams are still sponsored by many of these gambling businesses that Valve supposedly wants to shut down. This is where we come to a question. Why does Valve say they want to shut down gambling, but they fail to actually do it? Some will say they can't. Like, these offshore casinos are literally impossible to stop, but I don't buy that. This is the same company who will happily destroy parents in court who sue them for pushing gambling. Where's Valve's legal appetite to go after these offshore casinos? I don't know. It seems to me they could have banned this all a long time ago using any number of IP arguments, legal attacks, or simply software patches. Why they haven't is where we have to get into speculation. I have two thoughts as to why. Firstly, I believe it's good for Valve to be in an eternal fight against gambling. It's good optics. If you never defeat the evil offshore casinos, no one has to wonder why your loot boxes look so much like slot machines. We got to defeat the evil offshore casino guys first, guys. In fact, this is the exact attitude they had in 2016.
It feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot machine.
Even back then, Valve got a lot of heat for exactly the same things we're talking about now, but everyone felt that the casinos were doing worse things. So before we demanded change from Valve, everyone felt that we should address the casino problem first. And Valve was happy to play the hero and send those cease and desist letters out. So if you can always pass the buck to someone more shady than you and say you're working on it, it's easy to avoid problems at home. That's my first guess. But there's a second, maybe more insidious answer. Shutting down offshore gambling is just not a priority because it's not very profitable. It may even cost Valve money, even though they probably would deny this and say they don't have the data. You see, Valve may profit from these casinos indirectly. That is according to the journalist at People Makes Games. They made this argument better than I ever could, and I'm going to use a portion of their great documentary here.
We've got Steam over here and the betting sites over here on different websites, and both industries claim no relationship with the other. But to start with, the culture of skin betting is for many people a feature of Valve's games as advertised by YouTubers and streamers and virally by your friends who are gambling. Valve is going to be acquiring more visibility and players for its games from anyone who finds this extra functionality appealing. A thought I heard from almost all of the gamblers I spoke to was that Valve can't shut down these casinos permanently because that would wreck the market value of skins, thereby hurting every player who owns any Valve skins. But to me, that just sounds like evidence that one big reason Valve skins are so valuable and why people want them so bad is Valve allowing the betting sites to exist.
Look, I'll be honest, I think he's right. Valve is indirectly profiting from these casinos. But it's not just one journalist's opinion. Even experts have concluded the same thing.
So, in January of 2016, the Washington State Gambling Commission, and that's the top regulatory body in Washington State where Valve is headquartered, they received a complaint that prompted them to begin an investigation into Valve Corporation. 21 months later, when that investigation concluded, what they said was Valve, quote, knowingly facilitates the illegal wagering of skins, end quote. And the question, that it really came down to for these regulators was, is Valve benefiting? In the opinion of the regulators, yes.
So this feels like a really big deal. Washington basically concluded what a lot of people have suspected, but why did nothing happen?
What the regulators told me is that the prosecutors didn't feel that they would be able to prosecute the case successfully, so they did not pursue a case. Now, that doesn't take away from the findings of the regulators, who are the experts on this. It just means that a case was never taken to court.
Huh. So even though regulators found one thing, prosecutors have declined to pursue it. Now, of course, I did think all of this was pretty shocking, so of course I wanted to ask Valve follow-up questions, but they didn't respond to my request for an interview or for comment. However, I did find interviews from about 8 years ago during the first scandal where Valve was asked very similar questions about whether they benefited from all this gambling. And the way they respond is kind of telling.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious, you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game?
They were a lot skinnier back then. These guys were a lot skinnier back then.
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it? Yes. We don't know. We don't have any data to support that.
Yeah, but
yeah. So I don't know.
Isn't that incredible? A company that nearly has
Yeah, but that
all
video
the
is like 15
no
years
idea
ago.
If $1 billion gambling industry helps them. This is a company that hires literal economists to work on their video game economies. They say in those job descriptions, one thing we have at Valve is data, lots and lots of data. Yet, on this one issue,
We don't have any data to support that.
and we're supposed to believe they've never conclusively found if gambling hurts or helps them? I find it hard to believe. Especially when, in the same interview a little bit later, the CEO, Gabe Newell, claims data isn't really hard to get in Valve.
Right. If there's something I need to know, I can find out about it.
We don't have any data.
And information is pretty freely available inside of the company. There's, it's just not hard to, if there's something you need to know, to find out about it. But there's no, you pull your information, there's no push towards you.
Right. Of course it's not hard to find the information. These are the people who own Steam. They have all the information. So here's a fun rule for you to think about. Anytime a company with this much data tells you, we don't have the data, it means we don't like what the data says, or we don't want to know what the data says, so we've avoided looking. And by the way, Valve admits only moments later that the Counter-Strike player base goes up when Valve releases things that make the game, quote, a stickier experience.
That growth in the player base typically comes either after the game has been on sale, or after we've added some features to the game that make the game a stickier experience.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Growth happens when Valve makes their game a stickier experience. Now, I've got a follow-up. What's a stickier experience than a casino? It's so sticky, people have a problem stopping. You can't honestly say our player base grows with the stickier experience, and also we have no data that gambling has grown interest in Counter-Strike, because those two sentences are not compatible. And oh, by the way, we've been fighting gambling for 8 years and we keep getting outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao. Like, you're just not trying that hard then. But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort here, because Valve will occasionally take action on casinos, most often when they've been pressured to do so by bad press. Just take the PGL Majors, which started this whole thing. It was a horrible look for Valve, directly caused by the casinos. The result of that was almost immediately an update released only days later that for the first time in a while actually did something. Basically, Valve made it so that when you traded something in Counter-Strike, it was hard to then gamble that item. Basically, they changed a way that items showed up in your inventory. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it kind of messed up the way casinos were tracking items. Now, the end result of this is that casinos, along with skin traders in general, are slightly punished. Now, my point here is this patch could have been done at any time. The reason it happened a few days after the PGL Major was this disruption. This was a clear signal from Valve to the casinos. You stepped out of line, you caused trouble, we'll cause you trouble, right? I should note, the casinos are going to find workarounds to this, but there aren't infinite workarounds. It's obvious to everyone, including the casinos, that if Valve really wanted to shut them down, they could, since Valve ultimately controls the ecosystem by which everyone trades and tracks items. So if they wanted to definitively shut down the casinos, they could, but it just is going to require work. Work that Valve doesn't seem to have a huge appetite to do, maybe because it would impact other players, maybe because they just historically haven't done that work unless they're forced to by press, governments, or the casinos themselves to do so. Now look, it might feel like I'm being a little harsh towards Valve here, or I'm putting a lot of the responsibility on them. And if it feels that way, it's because I am. I do think they need to be the ones to change for two reasons. One, no matter where you look in the chain of responsibility from influencers all the way to governments, everything points to them. Valve is easily the most equipped to solve things because they are a single stakeholder. Everywhere else you look, there's coordination problems. At the influencer level, if you don't take Gamba money, other influencers will. At the casino level, you want to be more regulated, your competitor doesn't. Even at the esports level, you don't take a gambling sponsorship, your competitor will. Even at the government level, if one country bans it, just take a VPN somewhere else where it's not banned. Not to mention, even when governments do ban it, and by the way, I think they should be part of the solution, but even when they do ban it, Valve can try to maliciously avoid regulation with new loopholes, which is not a hypothetical. They've literally done this. In France, for instance, where loot boxes that can be traded for money are banned, Valve updated their game just in France to put in what they call an X-ray scanner, where you can see the contents of your loot box before you open it, making the results technically not
I think that's
random.
genius.
The catch is, though, you can't open another loot box until you pay to finish opening the one you've scanned. It's just a workaround the law to allow the same gambling, just legally, I guess. But it turns out this may have been a tactical mistake, because it kind of gave away the game Valve is playing. Because remember, they're trying to pretend not to be gambling, but this loophole they're using is literally a loophole slot machine companies use, where they will do what's called pre-reveal the result of a slot spin before you spin and say it's not gambling as well. In states like Missouri in America, this is how gambling companies were trying to avoid the gambling classification. Funnily enough, while learning about this loophole, I found this. Quote, the gambling companies don't like each other and will claim one company is breaking the rules while they apparently follow them. I'm getting flashbacks to this story as well. But the point is, if Valve is resorting to using gambling companies' loopholes, from the pachinko parlor loophole to the pre-spin loophole,
Ooh, I'm full.
what does that say about what they're selling? Even Valve's own users are realizing this. In a post about the French law where they dodged it with this pre-reveal, people are saying, quote, they seriously skirted the laws that stupidly easily. Sounds like Valve is using loopholes taken straight from casinos. So that's why I'm saying, yes, countries should regulate predatory loot boxes designed as slot machines. Yes, influencers shouldn't take dirty deals. Yes, casinos should in theory self-regulate. But if we're looking where to lay out a plan to fix Valve's underage gambling problem, it all comes back to Valve. No one else can unilaterally shut this down except for them. And at the same time, no one stands to make so much money from keeping it open and lying about what exactly these cases are, using the same arguments casinos have been making for decades as Valve. And that's why I'm being so harsh, because frankly, they deserve it. This isn't some indie video game studio that's struggling to survive. Valve is pound for pound one of the most profitable companies in the world, period. Not just because of gambling, in spite of it. With just Steam, they're already larger than most publicly traded gaming companies, affecting millions of people a day without gambling. So it isn't crazy to expect basic responsibility from a company who touches so many lives. Unfortunately, Valve is not only uniquely able to take action, they're also uniquely equipped to avoid it. They're privately owned, an international company, and are known for not responding to journalists in situations like this or reacting to the press in any way. So for my last argument, I'm not gonna say a word. I'm just gonna let Daddy Gabe do the talking in the hopes of inspiring some change at this megacorp. Here's Gabe's thoughts on Valve and their responsibility.
People at Valve have to get used to working without a safety net. There's nothing between you and a customer. You can do something. You can come in that morning and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you have a million customers, right? And
they're all emailing you.
They're all me emailing you. And you probably should fix it, right? But nobody's looking over your shoulder. And for some people, that's liberating. For some people, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything that better captures the Valve gambling story. You've screwed 1 million customers. You should probably fix it, but no one's looking over your shoulder. It has been 8 years since Valve set out to end these black market casinos built around their game. And still, the industry is alive and well. In fact, the harassment and threats in that industry are worse
I have
than ever.
27,000
Meanwhile,
gold.
Counter-Strike's own competitive players, influencers, and casinos all say there's an underage gambling problem, but Valve seems no closer to fixing that either. Maybe that's because the only way to fix it is to acknowledge that Counter-Strike's loot boxes are a little too close to slot machines. And look, I'm not even saying that if they want to go that route, they can't. But at least ID your customers, at least acknowledge what it actually is. Otherwise, you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want gambling without any of the responsibility that comes with it. And we all know that that kind of cake is a lie. Look, I know this is a long shot, and maybe it's pointless. I look back 8 years and I see many of the same stories of victims, villains, and Valve with zero real change. But knowing the odds are slim hasn't stopped kids from getting addicted. So it's not going to stop me either. This is a gamble I'm willing to take.
Oh. It was a really good video. Yep, we talked about it. We covered it. Like, the Valve will not die, but it will definitely take a big hit off this, and it'll definitely get, like, some PR, too. Both a hit and a win. Why can't you move?
I got bribed to make this video twice, actually.
Please stop. Stop this. Oh, over encumbered, cannot use abilities. Okay, drop this flint. Warriors Hail Spikes. What is that? Pull directly from the defeated winner warrior itself. A trophy we continue to fight forever. Convert this into winter tokens at holiday hosts for radar in the winter village. Oh, okay. So I get tokens. Huh? Thank you. Lightning Vita wings. That'll sell. Oh shit, yeah, I should probably do my kiln, huh? That's one of the reasons I came in. I didn't really think about it. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of a thing. Yeah. Yeah, cash of gold matter. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I can buy gypsum orbs in CK off the faction vendor, I guess. That might be a good thing to spend the money on. Go see how much I have. Oh, I have season stamps to do as well. Weird because it seems like it should be elemental, but if not, the hell? Oh yeah. I'm the only one here? Yeah, I'm the only one here, huh? That's okay. Oh yeah, I could just bind these mobs. You know, I didn't even think about that. I have fucking bind, huh? Forgot I even have bind, but bind is actually such a good spell. It needs to be on my bar. Yeah, I don't think I want para on my... Para... Oh yeah, are you gonna fight these? Yeah, you are. Okay, good. Access. Trade. Access. Trade. And then, and we go back out, and I have to pee. I was gonna wait for an elemental spawn. Sneaky Squirtle. Sneaky Squirtle. Oh. Oh. Sneaky Panda. I am here to go to the... This guy just won't respond. I want his item, damn it. I want that item. Glittering gold key. That's good. How much thingies do I have? Oh, I don't know. Whatever. I came here to go to the faction vendor to buy gypsum orbs. Oh, good. I have 70,000 tokens, which is going to help. Go down to Magus and take a look at gypsum orb. Gypsum orb. Gypsum orb. Yeah, I'm short for that. Syndicate flag mount attachment. 65,000 and 30,000 gold, which is just insane. I want to buy the syndicate mount attachment. But I have to farm more gold. I bought the orbs. I guess I'll go down and visit the kiln where I keep all those items, which is like, yeah, last light or last light or whatever it is. Last light. Get these on track. Go to the kiln. So this was a good video, and then I was going to look at other... Is Valve evil? Valve is bad, actually.
Hey, hello everyone. There are two ways
Thank
to get a
you,
PC
the
video
hated
game
one.
nowadays.
I'd like to
One
sub to
way
your
is
channel. Yeah, the torrent, and the other is Valve. No, it's GOG. GOG is also a way.
Well, we don't talk about that. And the other one is Steam, the biggest video
Or
game
GOG.
store on the planet. Sure, there are other store brands out there, I know, but
GOG,
let's be honest. If it's
Epic.
not on Steam, it might as well not exist at all. Even console exclusive made for PlayStation and Xbox will find themselves listed on Steam. And that's saying
Cash your
something.
golden matter,
It's saying
nice.
that even giant studios like Microsoft or Sony just can't pass on the cash grab potential. That is power. Power that belongs to Steam's maker, Valve, which also has some of the most popular PC games and makes Linux-based console Steam Deck that challenges Windows gaming monopoly. And for that, everyone loves Valve. But there's a problem. Valve's power is too great, and Valve will use that power to the detriment of the whole gaming community. I'm going to prove that to you by showing you Valve's historical record and by looking at its future path, both of which should convince you that it doesn't really matter how much you may love Steam right now, Valve is not your friend. Also, I cannot trust YouTube, so please support me on Patreon so that I can be
independently, financially independently.
I am guaranteed to generate lots of outrage with this one. Valve is universally beloved, so much that it scares me even. It shouldn't be controversial to criticize a brand, but Valve has built up a
Almost to
following
30.
that resembles a cult. Valve has this image of an infallible good guy, standing up to the big tech. Any criticism of Valve or Steam is met with dismissal and ridicule. Valve's fans will defend any corporate decision they make, even if it's the same they would scorch other gaming companies for making. Big tech...
Gotta pee. BRB. Okay, much better. Sorry. I should get something to drink. I'll be right back. Fancy drink, fancy drink.
The asteroid is depleted.
And finally...
Monopoly is bad, but somehow Valve Monopoly is good for the customer. Predatory pricing? No big deal. It's the industry standard. Extortion of competition? Good riddance. Dismantling the entire concept of ownership? Harder, daddy. I know that most gamers are not like that, but this is a problem, especially for a company that's on track to monopolize the entire gaming distribution market, and at that point, it will be too late to do anything about it. In the next 6 chapters, you'll understand why Valve's strategy is detrimental to you as a gamer and the entire gaming industry as a whole. Steam is dismantling the whole concept of digital ownership. When you purchase games from Steam, you have to accept the terms that you will never own your games. Your purchase only grants you a temporary, limited license. What does it mean and why does it matter? If you buy something like a DVD or a book, the content still belongs to the copyright owner, but you get to decide what to do with the material. Like, for instance, you can lend it, gift it, or trade it for something else, right? A Steam license is different. It gives you none of that. It's a subscription, not ownership. Subscription, which can be revoked at any moment for virtually any reason that Valve writes down into their terms of service. A subscription means you're not allowed to borrow, lend, gift, or trade games like you could with a physical copy, or, for that matter, any other digital copy you could have before DRM banned Happiness. Valve will accept transfers, but only those they allow through Steam itself. No trading or gifting is allowed outside of Steam, but let's be honest, for the most part inside Steam either. Buying games from Steam is not owning them. Hammer that into your head. You are just renting. There's a tangible difference between an owner and a subscriber. Subscriber is a word that stands for a modern social class that sits just below the peasants. While peasants had the option to buy off their freedom, subscribers will own nothing and be happy. And it's not just about your freedom. If Valve goes under, which can happen at any point in the future, your games are gone. If Valve deletes your account, your games are gone. If Valve sells out and the new owner decides to shut down Valve, your games are gone. If Valve's servers stop validating your keys, your games will eventually eventually stop working too. If Valve doesn't like you, your games will not work for you. If there are things you hate the most about PC gaming today, you can thank Valve for introducing or
EAC.
cementing most of them. Back when humans used to hunt dinosaurs, it was possible to buy a game and just play it without internet access. How revolutionary. Now, even single-player games require internet connection. Seems like all the big studios love this idea, but who should you blame for this? Your good friend Valve. In 2004, which I had to remind everyone was 20 years ago, Valve decided to bundle Half-Life 2 release with the newly launched Steam platform. This game was insanely popular and highly anticipated, so Valve required that every copy of the game, even if it was purchased in a retail store, be authenticated via Steam. It was a genius move for Valve. Of course, it went terribly wrong for the gamers. The authentication process was buggy, painfully slow,
One token.
and filled with errors that angered a lot of gamers. But for Valve, the seed was successfully planted. The gaming culture would change forever. Welcome to modern gaming. Thank you very much. Valve is like a sexual predator who won't take no for an answer, as if there were predators that would take no for an answer. And I'm only half joking. The other half is even worse. So Valve reserves the right to terminate your account or remove games you bought for any reason. But if you decided that you'd like to return that game, tough cookies. Valve would run Steam without any refund policy at all for more than a decade. In the European Union, where 14-day refund policy is mandatory, Valve would force EU gamers to waive their right to refund upon purchase. Valve only began to offer refunds after EA released their Origin gaming store with a 24-hour refund period. Facing competition, Valve did the right thing. They introduced a 14-day refund policy, which was an improvement. In the gaming world, everyone hates EA and their Origin store, so hate on them as much as your heart desires. They deserve it. But you at least have to thank EA for forcing Valve to do something decent once in a decade. It might have never happened had Valve remained a true monopoly. If you have any complaints, Valve's customer service is anywhere on the spectrum between being somewhat useless and completely non-existent. So Steam monopoly is definitely good for the customer. From any game sold on Steam, Valve takes a flat 30% cut. Why 30%? I don't know. This is a fee that's really hard to understand, since the cost of running an online store is essentially zero, especially when you compare it to the cost of actually, developing games. Valve and its cult followers will preach 30% is an industry standard, charged even by the big tech, as if being compared to the big tech was a good thing. Yes, I too am flattered when people compare me to Satan. Now all of the big tech platforms are getting sued, investigated, and fined for this monopolistic practice, so please hold on to that comparison. Can you say it some more and louder, please? But it's not even true that 30% is the standard.
Okay.
Both Apple and Google lowered their fees to 15% if the app or game earns less than $1 million a year. Microsoft and Epic Games have reduced their share to 12% on PC games. With Microsoft, it is 30%, but only on digital Xbox games. On Patreon, where I am, the platform fee is between 5 to 12%, and the creators get to choose between multiple fee tiers. Etsy has a flat 6.5 transaction fee and a 15% advertising fee. So excuse me for not having any sympathy when a platform feels entitled to a whole third of someone else's income. It really doesn't cost as much to run a store. Valve is keeping you poor. Valve's taxation is causing inflationary price fixing. Steam is a very powerful platform. Its position on the market is similar to Google or Amazon, which means if you're not selling there, you essentially do not exist. On the PC gaming market, listing on Steam
That's one of the reasons why I supported
even for
Vintage
the
Story,
big
because
and
I thought they
famous
were
studios
actually
like Sony,
outside the
Ubisoft,
box.
or Microsoft, or any other soft. That's power you can't buy.
That's the power of fear.
And Valve knows this, and even though there are many gaming stores, games that sell on Steam have the same pricing on every other store, even though other brands take less of a cut. What gives is Valve's Steam distribution agreement, most specifically, the Most Favored Nations provision. Entering this contract with Steam, developers have to agree that the prices for the games will be the same on Steam as on any other store or anywhere else outside of Steam. Valve is being sued for this. Years ago, Wallfire Studio alleged that Steam is engaging in anti-competitive monopolization by enforcing rules that prevent competitive pricing on other stores. Wallfire argued that the price parity across different store brands is evidence of Valve's anti-competitiveness. But Valve countered, Wallfire had no evidence for this conspiracy. But now it appears to be clear, if a developer sells a title for a higher price on Steam than in a competitive store, Valve will threaten to remove their listing. And Valve doesn't just take from game developers. They also tax content creators and artists who contribute skins, mods, and other cosmetic items they sell to other gamers. Valve has a marketplace for this called Steam Workshop, which lets members of the community sell their art and game content in games that support it. Valve takes great pride in how much money they pay out to these Steam Workshop creators, which for some even means livable incomes. But take all of those millions, multiply that by 3, and that's how much Valve pocketed off of creators. That's right, the revenue between Valve and Steam Workshop artists is 75 to 25. That is insane. And even more insane was Valve's entitlement when they slashed Dota 2 Workshop share all the way down to 5%. Dota 2 is Valve's own title. It's free to play and the most popular game on Steam, which is all a coincidence. Speaking of Dota, this is a perfect case study on what would happen if your friend could make money by screwing you.
Keep in mind, I have some stories that I've not heard. So I have some stories about Valve that I don't think I've heard out of the scene. I know 2 of them. One is Left 4 Dead was a mod for Half-Life called Zombie Panic Source that was made by modders, and you're gonna hear this story exactly twice when I speak. First time was in 2008. Valve just full-blown boned the modders. I think there was some compensation, but I don't think it was like, we're going to pay you for your idea. But the modders came up with the idea, not Valve, for the idea for Zombie Panic Source. And Zombie Panic Source is fun. It's still a fun game. It's fun like Left 4 Dead. It'll always be fun because you're just running down a tunnel through houses, along cliffs, you know, up ropes and through trees and then through buildings and, you know, roller coasters and crazy, you know, Half-Life designs. As the huge hordes of zombies and about 5 special mobs come, we know it as Left 4 Dead. But this was not Valve. Valve did not come up with this idea. Valve had the source material because Valve owns the game. So they just stole the idea. I don't know how else to put it. They stole the idea. I don't really know how else to put that. I don't believe they came up with it. I don't think the Valve boys came up with Zombie Panic Source. I think that was some probably 15-year-old kid, frankly. And they flipped it into a billion-dollar franchise called Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 that was cross-console, PC. I think it's probably even on the Switch now. It's insane. It's, you know, it's like really a big game. Big game for Valve, really big game for the scene, really big game for the 360. Probably the biggest game on the 360 maybe was Left 4 Dead 2, I think, actually. Or, well, it would have been Skyrim, but yeah, Left 4 Dead 2 was one of the top 10 games on 360, which was like the most successful console of all time. And early, I think right now anyways, and that has always stuck in my craw. Now, this is not the only time Valve's done this, where they just full-blown built a billion-dollar franchise out of some fucking piece of, like, not piece of shit, but some little piddling 15-year-old modder or something, some 22-year-old modder who's young and in college or high school or something like that, right? And they just take the idea and they run fucking wild with it. Now, they did this with Dota 2 as well. If you recall, Dota 2 is a really fucking weird game. It was a Blizzard game, if you recall, and this is an example of Valve's industry theft. And they've never had a clean conscience. And an example of industry theft. Now, I don't know the particulars of these stories, and I stand corrected if I'm misquoting or I'm not telling the truth or I'm slighting. I don't mean to slight Valve in some way to malign them. I'm only telling you what I know. If that's incorrect, then I stand corrected. I only heard rumors about this in magazines and stuff from Game Informer and, you know, from like the word of mouth and watching a couple videos about Left 4 Dead and stuff. We learned that not only was Dota 2 but Left 4 Dead, 2 of the greatest, like, top 20, top 50 games of all time, and game live services. Like, if you think of Left 4 Dead, you don't think of Left 4 Dead solo, you think of Left 4 Dead 4-player, and as a live service, Left 4 Dead stands in gamers' heads kind of like Diablo. It's up there with, like, Diablo. It's got that kind of fervor and love. People love Left 4 Dead. I love Left 4 Dead. I don't ever want to play it again, I don't think, unless I have friends with me who want to play it. But like, you know, I I love Left 4 Dead. It's a really great game. But I mean, they boned some modder to get that game and that empire and that money, and they did this so they could make the Valve Steam store. They ripped off modders. They did it for Dota 2. Dota 2 was a Blizzard game, if you recall. It was a Blizzard mod for Warcraft 3. It's still a Blizzard mod for Warcraft 3. How the fuck Valve got control of it is like question mark. It's like Blizzard makes game Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 modders make Dota. Warcraft modders make Dota 2. Valve buys IP for Dota 2 and then runs it as a live service for 20 years. And it's weird because that's weird. Dota 2 should be on the Blizzard store, but no, it's on the Valve store. And that's an example of when modders came up with entire billion-dollar game franchises just out of the sandboxes that these game developers make. Oh, good. The Dark Elemental weather finally started. You don't want my LA, do you? Because I'm taking it anyways. I don't give a fuck. Yep, it's mine, motherfucker. That's mine. I want that. Fucking... what? I mean, to understand that regen is one of the most powerful things that I can do. So yeah, I guess we just open up with a fucking nasty fire 3 and just go from there. We're just gonna chain 3s on him till I kill him. Dump all of my mana. Yep, now we do Asper right away to recover from the first cast as much as possible. Then we drain because he's hurting me. He's like hurting me fairly bad. Drain. I should stun him. I'm just gonna stun him because I can. Fuck it. Stunning him is good. It locks him out for like 5 seconds or something like that, so you can get his spell off if you need to, like Asper. There we go. Get a nice heal up. Gonna Starlight here. And get another Fire 3 on him. Good. Blizzard. Sometimes they're tough. Sometimes they're like really tough fucking mobs. That like sometimes they're what we call in the scene roided, where they're just like sometimes they will just be like. I mean, this one is it's because of their level, but the level can sometimes be sort of oppressive. It can be higher than you expect, and you're like, oh no, this guy's actually roided. Roided sucks because he starts to kick your ass like this, and you start to get worried. You're like, oh no, this particular elemental is roided for some reason, and it doesn't really make sense. So you're like, oh no, but I mean that's a real sandbox. That's how sandboxes are. The mob could be anything. It's one of the reasons why Caves of Cud is really good, because each mob could be anything. It could be any level. It could have a certain set of moves. It could have different like variations of mutations and stuff. I mean, there's a lot going on in that game. I need to just conservatively heal here because I have to melee him down anyways. I don't have the mana to kill him. See, this elemental could win because he's roided. It's fucked up. It's also Dark Day. It's Dark Day and he's roided. Fucking roided mods are very bad. I had to dump the last like 150 mana on heals. If it gets much worse than that, yeah, like I'm like out of this running kind of now. I can maybe Asper my way to some spell. Yeah, like Starlight and Asper my way to a spell. We'll see. I should drain him. Oh, I don't know. Dark spells won't work on him very well. And I didn't even think about that kind of. I don't know what to cast on him to get him dead. I think I'd better just conservatively heal and just try to stay in the fight. I think an Fire spell would be best. I might lose this. I should just 2-hour because who cares? But yeah, yeah, I want an Blizzard spell here. Yeah, just go. And I'll use the rest of my mana on heals, and I'll beat him. It's just iffy for a little bit. Oh, he scared me. What did he drained all my mana. I thought I died. This now is a bad situation. I'm gonna mana font, fuck it, and I'm just gonna fucking like Fire 3 his ass, Stone 3 or whatever. Yeah, just Stone 3 and kill him. Yeah, fucking annoying. But I mean, like, he was roided. I don't know why. He just was. He was, like, fucking annoying.
The asteroid is depleted.
This is the way to do it. Never leave high sec. I love Eve. I'm just done with harassment. I've done enough Eve PvP. I'm done with non-consensual. Maybe I'm done with Rust. I think I'm kind of reaching that place. It's insane. There's nothing else to learn. They didn't get rid of the harassment. It's a cesspit toilet now. It's such a beautiful game, and I love it so much. But it's a cesspit now. It's weird. Like, even on a 3-pop server, I faced so much goddamn harassment in just the last month. I'm staying away from that fucking cesspit. I'm staying away from non-consensual, period. I'm done with it, I think. It's insane. I mean, I'm playing Eve, so I know that I can get ganked in high sec. I know that it can happen, but all that I can lose right now is 60 million and some time. I made that just on the Hypernet yesterday. Like, just not even leaving the thing. So... I wonder why this guy's standing here. I want to check him. I like Black Mage a lot. I think I'll just stay Black Mage. It's got the best spells. It's the most fun to play. It's more fun to play than Red Mage is. Red Mage is way too busy. Black Mage is like, here's a fire 4. I only need 2 or 3 of these before you're dead. And you know, it's like, yeah, like I actually really like Black Mage. It's such a dominant thing. It's such a dominant DPS. It's way better than Hunter or Demo Warlock or anything like that. It's just so much more, or Elemental Shaman is so much more fucking, like, more power. Like, Black Mage has so much power. You can send people home. You can send people across the world. You can open up Aga spells, which are the AoEs that go, like, for Aga 3, for Aga 4 and shit like this, that'll hit, like, whole groups of, like, 45 mobs and shit for all the complete damage. Like, 990 damage, all 45 fucking mobs. So then you add it all up and you're like, oh my god, I just did, like, just by myself, I did, like, I don't know, 13 melees worth of damage or something like that with a single spell. I just did 13 melees damage over 5 minutes or something. It's insane. And you calculate it and you're like, oh my god, I just did, like, you know, I just did 367,000 damage, which most melees, the highest they can do is 3,300 damage per second or whatever. So then you pull 457,000 or some shit, and you're like, what? Black Mage is the most power I've ever seen. Absolutely. You know, I think maybe I should get off the private server. I think they've set it up so that you can switch between retail and private at will, and I should maybe learn that process. I don't think it's that hard. I have to stumble through it until I memorize it and get used to it. But maybe I should just pay for a Final Fantasy XI retail yearly and go and play Black Mage with Trust, because there's more content. It's the same exact content. It's the same content. And with Trust, it's like the same content. I can have a tank in a bar giving me mana buffs and heals, and a white mage and all this stuff. And I have all that stuff on that account too. And it's a legitimate game. It's retail. You're actually paying for it, although, which kind of sucks. But it opens up all 5 expansions. It lets you do stuff like that you can't get on private servers, like PvP things. Last time I did it, I tried to do it from a Beastmaster perspective, and I was like, that's so much power. I like pet classes right now, and I really like pet classes, but now pet classes are kind of boring me, and I'm into mage, and now I'm just, you know, looking at how much fun it might be to be able to use Trust to block stuff like colonization reaves in the modern Final Fantasy expansion, which is Seekers of Adulin, and just do Seekers content for the rest of my Final Fantasy career. Live on the personal island, and I think Black Mage. I think Final Fantasy XI Black Mage, a level 99 Because you get all of the other spells that you already had, which was like 300 spells, but you get another whole tier. You get tier 4. Tier 4 is all fire. It's Fire 4, Blizzard 4, Firaga 4, Blizzaga 4. Like, let's go look at the chart of spells for Black Mage. And I was thinking that I would build a maybe I'll do it both places. I'll do it here. Maybe I'll wait. I don't know. I should probably do retail now because the private server is going to be here forever. The private server will be here for like 10 or 15 years at least, I think, 20 years. But Levin retail might die tomorrow. Like, not die, but just like they might be like, yeah, we're going to cut services here for a year, in a year. There's a lot of stuff in retail that I can do on an MMO perspective that I can't really do on the private server. Like Campaign, Wilds, Keeper Reeves, all the content, all the gear without anybody else. It's completely single player now, like Guild Wars 1, and it has 5 companions. So you have a 6-man party. It's like the best AI too. The AI is like the best I've ever seen. Like Square did not fuck around on that AI. If you're hurt, that mobs is casting. If you just took damage a millisecond ago, the white mage sees your bar, and like a human being, they queue up and they start healing and shit. And they always get you. Like one of the things I don't think Yoshi P wanted was the people in the Final Fantasy XI community saying that his AI wasn't good. So, and then there's so much other content. Like, they have stuff like Moblin Maze Makers that is like, you make your own dungeon. You literally, it's like those Bloodborne, the Bloodborne system, where the Gale system in Bloodborne, or whatever it's called. I forget the name of that system where you make your own dungeons and stuff. They have that in Final Fantasy XI, and I never did get to do that system because they didn't do trusts for a long time, like 15 years or something. Now, what's going on here? You are her. She is... Oh, I see. So access... There we go. And so just the sheer amount of content is actually on retail. It's sort of dumb. The amount of content with AI mobs... And you know, WoW retail is true as well. Another thing I could do is just do all of WoW solo, because you can bring in, I think, AI to all of the dungeons now. So you can just go, you can level from level 1 as a new character and just go through, like, I don't know, it's still boring because it's too fast, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe Iron Man Mage might be kind of fun. A full-blown naked fucking mage, you know? Not hardcore, but just I mean, Iron Man is hardcore. You can't die, but I mean, like it's like just Iron Man, where I started as a level 1 and I go all the way to fucking, like, it would be fun to do a little bit more theme based content. That's how Asmongold made his 20 mil. Is just be like, I am leveling a Drakthir Evoker from level 1 to level whatever it is now. Is it 65, 70 something? I forget what it is. I'm Iron Man, which means I've got nothing but the white armor that they give you in Northshire Abbey or whatever, and then I go all the way to level 80, and I use their AI in the dungeons if I want to, and I'm a Drakthir Evoker, and I sit something dumb like Preservationist Evoker, so I can just heal myself all the fucking time, and I don't really do any damage, but I am a caster, and I've got good spells. There is good spells there's good spells in Preservationist that play exactly like old style mage. Like, dude, I love Drakthir Evoker. It's such a good class. It's got full flight. Like, full flight. It can just take off into the sky. Like, that class has full flight. It can just, 3 seconds later, you're in the sky. You're, like, in the sky. You're a dragon. I mean, you know, Drakthir is your dragon. There's no limit. It's but it's all earned stuff. Like, you fall from the sky eventually, but you can go into the sky for, like, 7 minutes. And I'm talking the sky, not like, some island floating, a couple, 16 stories up or 60 stories up or something. I'm talking, you can fly into the fucking sky, and then you can, like, fly all over the world like Superman, like Neo, and I have forsaken content like that because I've done it all. But if you and I see them doing this sometimes, like thematically going back and changing the run again, and I'm thinking about that a little bit. Like I don't want to go back to fucking hardcore. It would be fun to do like a challenge hardcore run of Iron Man Mage. But see, I would need to like be doing stuff in my channel, like putting the like the title in the fucking stream, which I don't want to do. See, like I don't want to get lost in WoWland again. I just don't. I don't want to get lost in WoWland again. Are you? Oh, you took my Ellie. I've been here so long. Why are you here? You just came and took my Ellie. I've been here for like 2 hours before you. Goddamn asshole. I mean, what can I do? I can't do anything. I don't even know where they are. I don't know where these are. I know where there's one next door. Like 2 spawns, I think. Yeah, isn't there like 2 spawns? I think there's like 2 spawns in the zone next door, but I don't know. I'm just gonna like this guy just came and took my fucking camp. I mean, I can't believe these fucking cocksuckers who play these games. They're such rude fucking pieces of shit. I want the elementals that give me XP. I wonder if there is such a thing as a Zarkabar Dark Elemental map. Damn it, you logged me out again. Yeah, you did. It's okay. I'm gonna get on Nightingale now, I believe. Yeah, no, I need to cycle. I do need to cycle and put sails up. So I'll go right back to New World here. But I will get to Nightingale for the rest of the evening. So I could go back and do specialized theme content, like Iron Man runs on hardcore on a mage and shit like that. But I know what'll happen. I alt tab and then I die. I know what'll happen. I can't do stuff like that. I'm just gonna stun this fucking asshole. Why are you 75 meters away? Seems weird. Oh well, I don't think it matters. No, I don't want beef with this guy. I don't want beef with this guy. Fuck this guy. He can just be a piece of shit crumb bum cocksucker loser. Fuck him. I'll go do some goldsmithing. It is prime time. He can compete. I don't own the mobs. He can just go be a rude cocksucker and lower my fucking opinion of this server and the people on it. He can just go like the last 5 people that I dealt with. The last like fucking 5 people that I dealt with on this server really made me regret that I'm here, kind of. I mean, that's another thing about maybe going to retail FFXI and going to retail WoW. It's like, I don't think hardcore is that good of a community. There's such trolls. And like, I don't know. And but I think all the time about the sheer amount of content that I completely like cut off by doing stuff like hardcore or private servers, you know. But I mean, this is more people. This is more active Final Fantasy XI players standing right here than there is anywhere else in the world. Like, I'm dead serious too. This is the best server in the world in the world for Final Fantasy 11. It's like no server has this kind of active shit going on at a busy text chat. So it's stupid to play anywhere else, which is so stupid. It's stupid to do it on retail. That's like the only people that you'll ever talk to on retail is bots. You know. Maybe you might have Link Shell, but, you know, it's just like, maybe you have, a good family Link Shell or something, but mostly bots. And that's, I don't know. I guess I am in the right place. It's just, but then this being a busy server, you get cocksuckers like that who do stuff like D2 you against your will, like that Black Mage did. Or this guy who just came to my fucking camp I've been at for 2 fucking hours that he can see me standing there at. And just steal the fucking camp from me because he sucks dick all day. I hope he's listening. Fuck him. Pieces of shit like him have ruined the games. They're like full blown. Final Fantasy players were never like this till people like him. We were never like this. It's boomers who have given up on their fucking self-decency and they just treat you like shit. Like you don't fucking even exist. Like you don't have feelings or anything like that. Because their worthless ass piece of shit basement dweller lives are like that, so that's how they treat everybody the fuck else. It's so annoying. I can't stand when they step on your parties or, whatever. They step on you. They kind of step on you. I wanted to play some Genshin because that's another game that you can play for free. That's that's like really good thematic Iron Man. Like Genshin's really good at, like Iron Man because it plays like the developer actually like wanted Zelda to be good. I like Genshin a lot. But trying to fucking log into Genshin today was such a disaster. I sat down for an hour and tried to log into Genshin today. It was a disaster. I can either get it on Epic and I can probably get locked out by EAC. I can get it on their fucking launcher, and I have it installed, but I can't get a launcher without a new account. I had to delete the old account to make a new account. I couldn't make a new account for at least an hour afterwards because they're like, you have this email, fucking, I can't stand their logins. Why do these MMO companies, the only fucking thing that they actually need to do well is their login? The only thing they really need to do well is their login, and that's the worst thing. It's like the worst thing that they do. All of them, their login processes, except for Eve, are fucking painful. Eve has the only good launcher. I don't even think, WoW has a good, I would say Blizzard's launcher is okay, but the rest of these launchers are not so good. They're fucking annoying. They won't download the game. You have the game, but it wants you to steer you to it. You can't steer it. You can't steer it to it without signing in. Can't sign in because your email is cross-referenced or something. It's so stupid. It's just or it's on some other account or something. And it's so stupid. I hate their login process. I hate it. And I can't. I was like, I'm just not doing this with you. I'm not doing this with you right now. I'm not doing this login debacle with you right now. It's childish. It takes my time. I just full blown was like, fine, I won't play Genshin then. You want to fuck me on a login front end like all of you piece of shit developers do? Fine then, I won't play your fucking game. You don't treat me like that. That piece of shit thief will go to bed. He's a casual. You can tell by the gear. The more sweaty they fucking look now, the more casual they are. It's fucking stupid. They sit there and they only grind that one game for 3 hours a day, every day, 4 or whatever, 3 to 5 hours a day, every day after work or whatever, 5 days a week, 6, 7 days a week. They sit there, they clock their 40 hours like it's a job at that job as their second job. And then they only play that game. And then they show up in the best thief gear on the entire server. I did that too, but I have an excuse. I mained this. This guy only does this. And so then he rudely shows up like he deserves the fucking camp or something like that because I'm a streamer or something. And we didn't have this until the younger generations kind of jaded the older Activision fucking lobbies and stuff. And so when all, everybody started acting like shitheads, these people didn't used to act like this. They didn't used to just diss you the first time that they meet you, but they do. These shitheads are uncouth. They don't have manners. They don't have etiquette. It's fucking so annoying. They just walk all over you like you weren't standing there. It's disgusting. And to the victor go the spoils, but the problem is, I don't want to be a shithead. I don't want a bad reputation. I don't want to fight with that boomer or anything like that. I'm not a loser like him. So I can't say shit. I just walk away. They know that you're going to walk away. That's their whole fucking thing. They know you're going to walk away, so they just push you. It's fucking stupid. It's a form of abuse, and it's just another fucking reason to stay the fuck away from these basement-dwelling, neckbeard pieces of shit with terrible fucking manners and fucking bad etiquette. And it wasn't like this till 2014, something like that. It just wasn't like this. There was dickheads on the internet all the time, but there wasn't these people actively like trying to go out of their fucking way to make you feel bad so they can get a shit and giggle for 30 fucking seconds, because that's all their lives are worth. They need that shit and giggle because they've got nothing else. Nothing else. I mean, that's the actual case, or they wouldn't be doing it. Like, I'm not dumb. They got nothing else. So they're living for that troll. It's all they've got. They've got that troll. They got a laugh. They got to get that laugh from that troll. I'm going to troll this streamer. I'm going to stream snipe this streamer. They got to get that troll because that's all their life is. That's the only thing that they're living for. They need that cheap thrill. It's so dumb. They need somebody to feel bad. They come on, they're looking for some opportunity to make some nerd feel bad. It's just like, I don't really understand that. You understand, after watching me for years and years, I don't actively ever go fuck with anybody at all. It's just a bunch of worthless shithead fucking right-wingers on the fucking internet who just think they can push their way around like fucking Hitler as fucking usual and not obeying the fucking etiquette rules, not being good human beings, not being good role models to the kids or anything like that. It's just some pushy, shitty boomer right-winger trying to act like a shithead from the South probably. You know, you can fucking begin to socially profile them. It's just so stupid by the way that they're acting. They've got their loser gear on because they only played that game and they played that game well, so they look really good at that game. So they've got this fucking attitude towards you like they're the master of the motherfucking universe, but then you begin to realize that you could tear across 150 other multiplayer games and stomp them in on every single one. This guy's only good at this game. That's it.
In Dota 2, the regular tournaments where players can compete for real prizes. These prizes are crowd-funded by the community. In 2016, this prize pool exceeded $20 million. But when players give money to this pool, only 25% of it goes for the prize. Valve pockets the remaining 75% for themselves, just because they can. Because Valve is your best friend.
So, like, now I'm inclined to just, you know, stay the fuck away from these assholes. Just specifically because, and just ride the bots into the fucking future, because these people aren't fun to play with. The bots start to look good in comparison to these fucking people. That's the problem with AI. AI starts to look better than most of humanity because these shitheads, they're living for this cheap thrill of making other people, most of humanity is like this. They're living for the cheap thrill of making somebody else feel bad. They're like living to troll. It's so stupid. Like they'll just walk up, they'll take your shit. They don't care. Like they don't care. They're like just looking to throw their monkey shit around. It's so stupid, and it makes AI look good. Frankly, it does. You know, it makes AI look preferable, and like that's the problem with 11 retail as compared to 11 private. 11 private has humans, so it's better. But 11 retail has computer bots that don't treat you like utter garbage just when you're standing in some random corner of the fucking world. It's not like you went to a party and didn't do well or something like that. You're standing in the corner of the fucking world as some piece of shit fucking goddamn brain dead fucking TikTok piece of shit fucking, you know, 43-year-old fucking boomer like walks up and just takes your spot from you because he has no fucking couth, no fucking etiquette, nothing like that at all. His shitty life has taken over and he's unhappy and he hasn't had sex in 23 years. He's had no human decency shown to him in a long time. So that's what he shows everybody else. And it drives me fucking crazy. I don't do this to people. They do. They do this shit. They do this shit all the time. It drives me crazy. 240 enriched roundels. Where did I even get that from? Where did I get these from? I don't even know. I mean, I don't think I can do anything with that, can I? I guess I can. I can do that, yeah. That's money. So money.
Exploit you, extort you, and threaten you whenever there's...
Yeah, and then they start forming, like, online goblin factions where they're, like, slinging NFTs and Bitcoins and acting superior and shit like this, or, like, you know, or they're, like, day traders or something like this, so they have lots of money in the real life, too, because they just shit on everybody. They just shit on everybody that they ever meet. It must be fun. Sometimes I get jealous of them, but I just wasn't raised that way. You know what I'm saying?
There's a chance for them to make more money out of you. I have a couple of
Yeah,
honorable
like,
mentions.
you know,
of
and the
Valve's
corpos
terrible
are like this. The gamers are like this. My fellow gamers are like this. They look for something that they know is going to bother you, and they come and fucking do that. They just come and do that. It is just so annoying.
track record. Steam is terrible for your privacy. It's not just Steam. All
No,
gaming
it's
stores
all
do
of them are
this.
like
But
this.
Steam is the biggest and deserves the biggest criticism. They are the ones that set the standards and normalize the collection of every personal detail of your gaming life for profit. Valve doesn't care about your security. They've been caught ignoring security researchers pointing out severe vulnerabilities in their software. Some white-hat hackers were shut down and silenced in attempts to dismiss privilege-escalating exploits. Valve has a terrible subscriber agreement where you have to waive your rights to class action lawsuits and other forms of arbitration that could stag Valve's liability beyond your individual claims. This, of course, did not prevent attempts to sue Valve for anti-competitive and anti-consumer practices anyway. That is still ongoing, so I'll be watching closely how it transpires. None of these actions from Valve occur in a vacuum. They are part of a pattern that suspiciously fits the description of a rent-seeking monopolist company. Valve may not yet be a dictionary monopoly, but they are sure trying to be one. And what they are doing to get there is already harming the entire gaming industry. That will be part 2 of this investigation, so be sure to subscribe to catch that when it comes out. I am diving much deeper into this on my Patreon podcast, which is free, but you can also support my work financially and unlock even more content. Thanks!
You know, I used to watch a streamer called, a content creator called Arch Veldor, and he was the Warcraft exploit guy. He did the leveling guides and the gold guides and stuff, and he has some very unique insights about how MMORPGs work. I made millions of gold with this item. Wow. Quite easily through exploiting something. Yeah. Wow. Fastest leveling in the War Within. WoW Bronze Guide. What do you mean to get bronze in MOP remix using a secret formula that involves a threaded optimized technique to farm LFR? No thanks. WoW Top 10 Bugs. WoW War Within fast way to level alts. Never used the unstuck feature in hardcore WoW. Yeah, unstuck? Never unstuck, no. Why are you unstucking to get out of a hardcore death? If you're dying, you're dying. Like, I mean, what? What's it gonna do? You can't unstuck a death. What's that gonna do? That's not gonna do a thing. WoW's gameplay problems are starting to impact everyone. Let's see what he says.
We're, so disenfranchised as PvPers, and PvE is getting all the love, but maybe it's not true.
Yes, everyone, you're read it right. It's unfixable. Its biggest problem simply cannot be solved. But I'm actually not being a doomer. I've come to realize that's
Yes, you
great
are.
news, both for key pushers and
Just by
dungeon
default.
dodgers, because nobody's happy.
Yes, you are, Bellular. The first thing that you did is, like, I hate the WoW community. I can't stand them. I don't know how Asmongold even wanted to be in this community. Because when I tune into one of these motherfuckers, they immediately just throw Bellular in my face. Every single one of them. Every last one of them. From Asmongold to all the way through them. And Bellular is this guy's stronger than Bellular. This guy's stronger than Bellular. Bellular doesn't have good opinions. He's not that smart. He's got a lot of insight about the scene because he's been here for a long fucking time. But this guy has more charisma, more knowledge of WoW, and is a better player than this guy. I know because I've watched all his videos. I've watched everything this man's ever done. This man is not a good WoW player. I don't trust him. I don't think his opinions are good, and I don't like it. I don't like the way he talks and all this other stuff. And the first thing that all of these people do is they just throw Bellular, including Asmongold. He did it to me for years. They just throw Bellular up on the fucking screen like he's the god daddy of WoW. And I can't stand Bellular. He's never had an opinion that I ever liked.
Finally see it. Across this season, we have seen hours of videos from big names.
So this guy just replays Bellular's videos so he can get 56,000 views. Jesus Christ, I've never seen a more fake it to make it culture, or even heard of, I've never conceptualized or heard of a more fake it to make it culture that steals each other's work more. This is entirely a plagiarism website now. Entirely. This guy just throws Bellular up on the screen like it's his fucking product. Like he can just, well, I mean, I do the same thing, but the problem is I'm not doing these like wow, these like clickbait titles with an aim of getting 100,000, subs and 56,000 views to just like make it big on YouTube and all this stuff. I am publishing a personal history. So when I put their faces on the screen, it's for 14 fucking hours. It's happening to you right now as we speak. It's for 14 fucking hours to do react content on a long form 14-hour session, 12 to 14-hour session, something like that. And so, yeah, I do all the same things that they do. I throw their faces up on my fucking screen. But the difference is this, like, I react and I actually give my opinion, and sometimes I shut them down, and all this other stuff. This guy, he just throws Bellular up on the fucking screen, and then he just uses his content to, and steals the title of the guy's video, and he just makes a copy of Bellular's video. He puts Bellular on the fucking screen. He does a few comments or reactions and stuff, and you can say that I do the same. But the difference is I don't cut these 32, 10 to 32 minute videos that are designed to get 56,000 views. I just don't. Now what's this now? Push to talk. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have it on. Do I have push to talk on? Oh, I do. Oops. I have push to talk. It's not on. Been on confirmed push to talk. It's confirmed was push to talk. This happens to me at least once a month. Sorry. It's Amazon. I've never ever turned Amazon the push to talk off. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, like what?
Started with automatic jacks. Blizzard needs to rethink Mythic Plus. Then there was Quasi's why Mythic Plus is not fun right now. And then there was Liquid Max's it's time to rework
why Mythic Plus is not fun right now. You are a fucking idiot, Bellular. You are a fucking idiot. Why are you talking about Mythic Plus in 2024? It's been 17 fucking years since that shit was cool. Something like 17 years. It actually has been. It's been fucking 15 years. Oh my god, Lord deliver me from Bellular and 2004 or whatever. 2009 was the last time that anybody did Mythic anything competitive. 2011, something like that. What was that? 14 fucking years ago. Why are you talking about Mythic fucking Plus in 2024? Why? For a population of what, 3,000 max, maybe something like that? I mean, I don't really get it. It's not any less or more egotistical than me being on a Final Fantasy XI private server or something like that. But understand, why the fuck are you talking about a fucking Mythic play? It's the same thing as these Amazon idiots who are checking gear score on fucking Hive. Who the fuck cares about rating in 2024? You fucking morons. If you need that gear, you're bad. You're straight full fucking bad. What do you need that gear for? So you can go ride OPR, kill mobs on your ECR faster? What the fuck do you need Hive gear for? People who raid in 2024 are such fucking losers. I swear to God, dude, you couldn't catch me dead in a fucking raid. Past 2015, you couldn't pay me $1,000 to join a raid. I mean, these guys just have no fucking clue. And Bellular immediately opens with Mythic Plus has really bad gameplay. Yeah, it's Mythic fucking Plus. It's suck dick. It always did suck dick. It's Mythic Plus. Level 23 or level 25 keys or whatever the fuck, they suck dick. That's what they're designed to do. Who the fuck cares about gameplay in Mythic Plus? I need WoW to be fun again. I need to be able to build a base in the world of Warcraft. I need the world of Warcraft to be the world of Warcraft. I need Warcraft in the world of Warcraft. There's all these things that this game is not doing that has nothing to do with Mythic Plus idiots in a tiny, infinitesimal, little bubble of like 3,000 people on a population of a max 300,000, something like that. And it's weird. You hear Bellular going off about fucking stupid ass goddamn fucking mythic fucking raids in 2024, and this guy just parrots him full blown, just puts his face on the fucking screen. Well, like what? I don't know. I guess you weren't actually doing mythics, because if you were actually doing, I doubt that you were doing mythics. I really do, because if you were, you would have quit mythics like the rest of the world in 2011. 2011 was like the last time that mythics were cool. I'm not kidding. Mythics have never been cool. Nobody did the mythic raid scene. Nobody did fucking like BFA. Nobody did mythic raids in Mists of Pandaria, because Mists of Pandaria had like 1 million subs, something like that. It went from 16 million in Wrath of Lich, or no, I'm sorry, it was like 10, I think, 10.2, something like that, in Wrath of Lich King, and down to like 1 million, 2.6, something like that in Mists of Pandaria. And most of us were doing dailies. We weren't doing fucking raids. Nobody was doing LFR. And so like anybody talking about mythic fucking raids past 2011 is so up that fucking Memberberry fucking, like, you're up Shit Creek, Memberberry River. You're up Memberberry Creek. You're up Memberberry Creek way too fucking bad. If you're complaining about fucking, like worthless ass fucking, mythic raids in 2024, you have lost your way as a fucking community. Who the fucking living shit cares about that? Probably WoW developers, about maybe 3,000 people who have been stuck there for 25 years who just don't know how to do something else, and that's it. And then so you put it on my WoW video that I come to with 50,000 fucking hits. Like any of us care about this? No. This video got 56,000 hits. I guarantee maybe 3,000 in the people in the fucking world care about mythic WoW raids. Maybe 3,000 if they're lucky. So 56,000 people watch this fucking video. They see that this guy is complaining about 3,000 fucking people's problems or whatever, and they're like, oh, it must be that the mythic raids suck, which is why WoW's so bad. No, WoW's so bad because they didn't. They tried to adapt to base building with what's it called? Garrison, but then the entire community hated Garrison because the entire community is bad. They don't know how good base building is. If you were to just build a 76 build, like, I don't know. Base building didn't save 76 either. I don't know what you can do with WoW. I don't really know, but it's not caring about mythic raids. It's not caring about mythic raids. It absolutely is not. It is not caring about mythic raids. No. Why is Amazon hot micing me without my goddamn fucking permission? Like, why? Why? Just disable it entirely. What the fuck are you? I mean, come on now. You know I've set this so many times. Why did you turn this back on me? I set this when I came in day one. I know I did. I go through all the settings day one when I reformat. Why did Amazon fucking hot mic me? What if I read out some fucking credit card number to fucking, like, what if I read my credit card number to my fucking wife or whatever? Like, right across on the fucking phone. What if I just broadcast my credit card number? Because fucking Amazon can't figure out fucking push to talk. Push to talk was never turned off. I came in and did these settings day one when I came and reformatted, and like I'm playing on GeForce Now. GeForce Now has had these settings saved for goddamn like a year or something like that. Why did you fucking hot mic me, Amazon? Why? I can see a tort lawsuit coming from that motherfucker. Do not hot mic me by a fucking mistake. And this is like the 5th time you've done this too. This is the 5th time I've been embarrassed by some nerd at fucking Everfall who's like, you've been hot micing for an hour. We've just been laughing at you. And I'm like, oh, really? Because according to my settings, I'm on push to talk and the button's not being pressed. And according to my settings, my voice chat is disabled. And my receive is off and my microphone is off. That's what according to them, these settings weren't like that when I came in here, but I mean, the push to talk has not been changed. I'm not pressing my push to talk button. I have not been pressing my push to talk button. That is Amazon, the piece of shit developer, full blown, like literally dangerously, like exposing my fucking privacy. That is actually what it is. And honestly, I'd like to sue them for it, but I don't want the world to be litigious, and I don't have enough money for a lawyer, but I would like to sue Amazon for the fucking violation of privacy that I just fucking felt. And it's happened like 5 times. And it's disgusting. It is disgusting. It should literally cost them their company. That kind of fuck up. What if I read a credit card number and lose everything or whatever? What if I give away state secrets? What the fuck, man? Get your shit house in order, Amazon. What the fuck was that? This guy, he was really nice about it. He could have trolled me. I'm surprised he didn't. He could have trolled me about it. He could have been like, you fucking asshole. Like, shut the fuck up. He could have been. But no, he was very nice and curt about it. I like this guy. Thank you for being nice and curt about it. Yeah, like, what? Was this guy even standing next to me? He must have been. But there was, like, no one around. Like, I've been doing crafting and stuff. There's nobody here. How did this... I mean, I guess you can hear it from a really far away. But, like, why did you broadcast my voice against my will right there? What the fuck was that? What is my broadcast key? Did you change it? Is that what this is? Did you change my fucking key? Push the talk. Push the talk. No, push the talk is on Tilda. I have not been hot micing my fucking Tilda key. I just have not been. I can fucking guarantee it. My pinky has been on my control key. I have not been hot micing Tilda to blast my fucking stream to 300 people. That's you, Amazon. That is not me. That's not me. I'm not holding my fucking Tilda key. I've done this on my stream like 5 times before. I've had lectures before from people. This is like you full-blown, like, hot micing me against my will, and you should face a lawsuit over it. It's that's how bad that shit actually is. You can't be fucking hot micing me. I didn't press my Tilda key. I was not holding my Tilda key to broadcast my personal business to that fucking rando. I was not doing that. That's you, Amazon. That's you, piece of shit developers. You get worse and worse and worse and worse, and you put us in more and more and more risk. You got to get this shit like perfect. You, like especially audio chat. You can't have a bug on hot mics like that. That will like sink the world. People talk about private sensitive stuff all the fucking time, and you're gonna fucking blast it. Some dude's jacking off to porn. You're gonna fucking blast it. What the fuck? Get your audio house in order. That was a problem on ESO. You hear some fucking dude jacking off to fucking gay porn or something in the middle of fucking Davin's watch. I don't want to be like that guy, so I very carefully set my settings. So I was like, oh, when I want to talk to people in an ECR or thank them or whatever, I can just hit my tilde key. But I was not hot micing my fucking tilde key. Amazon just sucks dick at design. I promise to God I did not hot mic my tilde key for 25 fucking minutes. I promise you I did not do that. That's fucking Amazon. Like, come on, man. I don't need this kind of fucking stress in my life about privacy. Jesus Christ. I do need, like, privacy, Amazon. You can't just hot mic my goddamn conversations against my will. That's not okay. That's not okay. I should fucking sue you, you worthless piece of shit. I feel fucking violated by Amazon right now. I really do. I'm getting off their fucking game. Fuck this worthless ass company. Jesus Christ, man. That was some of the worst shit I have ever experienced in the fucking 30 years I've been doing this. That was some of the worst shit I have fucking ever seen. You hot micing me like that the 5th or 6th time so that poor nerd has to come warn me? Like, what the fuck is that? What's wrong with you? You make me so angry. I'm not doing your shit again for a while. It's gonna be at least a week. What the fuck was this? What was this? I trust you not to do this shit to me. I trust all you motherfuckers not to do this shit to me. I go in, I verify the push to talk is on. I've done it 5 or 6 times before on stream. The guy's like, no, I can see on your fucking stream that you don't have push to talk enabled. And they all back down. They're like, oh no, he's absolutely right. That guy is not hot micing. No, it's just Amazon. And they all back down. They're like, it's okay, no problem. We see that Amazon sucks dick and blasts your personal information or you fucking your wife or whatever to the entire goddamn Everfall. That's what these piece of shit companies do. That's what we should expect. That's what we should expect from them. Now I'm all paranoid that I'm still hot micing to the fucking guy. I'm like paranoid, and I'm not coming back to your game for like a fucking week. It's been like that was really, really, really dangerous, really, really, really fucking toxic, and I really didn't like it. And I would sue you if I had money for a lawyer for it. And I'm not being hyperbolic and stuff. That made me so fucking angry that I want to let all the media and the whole fucking world know what you just did to me. And now I kind of want to fucking sue you. I want to sue you for what you just did to me. It was okay the first time. Second time time, second time was like, oh my god. The third time was like, oh my god, this is like the 5th time now that this has happened. And I'm like, I should just fucking sue you. What if I read off my credit card number or something? Like, I should fucking sue you. It seems like the kind of thing that a lawyer could slap your ass for, take your whole goddamn fucking game company for. You can't be blasting our goddamn conversations against our will. Fucking piece of shit developers. Y'all need some fucking oversight from the Senate now. I want some police up in your fucking face. You can't treat us like this.
That's literally hours of discussion. One of the biggest issues facing the game mode. Affix is
That sounds like me and Supatees making videos.
Again, spec imbalance, difficulty.
Can I turn the volume up a little bit? Sure. Yep. Let's do it.
That's just the name of it.
No, we're done. No more Bellular. Sorry. I tried. Every time I come to the WoW community at all, every video that I watch, Bellular, first 10 seconds. It's like Granddaddy Bellular is not the emperor of World of Warcraft. Every video, Asmongold to everybody else, they all just slap Bellular up in the first 15 seconds or whatever. Like he was ever, like, really good in this community. He wasn't. Yeah, sure, I got something on my ass about Bellular because he never did any good content. But they gave him like $20 million. It fucking pisses me off. Yeah, it's hardcore and everybody is dickheads now. Everybody in the world is dickheads now. Are you surprised they tried to kill your hardcore character? I'm not surprised they tried to kill your hardcore character. Everybody on the games is fucking dickhead pieces of shit now. Been talking about it all night. Yeah, are you surprised? I'm not surprised. I'm surprised when it doesn't happen all day long, like a bunch of grenades that never stop exploding, and it's not just like one guy trying to take out your hardcore character. It's like an entire guild of worthless piece of shit monkeys or whatever, right? And they're all there, and they're all making repeated attempts to bomb your character and kill your hardcore character or whatever. That's like, honestly, I'm very surprised when it's not already at that point. I'm surprised it's not like, 150 man gang crews that just come in trying to gank one guy or something. I think it's gonna get that bad. The worthless pieces of shit that need to make everybody else in humanity feel bad because their lives suck. It's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It's the troll problem. South Park talked about it a lot. They're like, something's going on. Something like biblical is going on where all of humanity or whatever is like starting to like respond to like the lunar flow or something, and they're just mistreating each other horribly and just trolling everybody and just fucking like attacking everybody all the time. It's like really weird. And so, yeah, are you surprised that some griefer tried to wipe your hardcore OnlyFans group? No, I'm not. I am not surprised. I'm more surprised that it wasn't 100 griefers. You know what I'm saying? It really surprises me when it's not 100 griefers didn't show up trying to take out your entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Right on the chains, you couldn't pay me to go to a large streamer server and try to walk the chains outside Molten Core. You couldn't pay me to do that. I'm just not that fucking stupid. Not on hardcore, no. I'm just not that fucking stupid. I know the rogue's distracting. I know there's 150 of them all stealthed up in there. Druids and fucking rogues and shit. Asmongold knows he's not stupid. He wouldn't do it either. I'm not stupid. I'm not doing that shit either. I'm not going up against 15 fucking rogues or druids and shit. I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not getting distracted off or anything like that. I'm not getting tricked into things or running inside some fucking turn in at some place and clicking the horde by mistake or anything like that. I know better than to do hardcore. I'm more surprised when it's not 100 griefers now. Most of humanity are fucking the worst trolls we've ever had. Like, most of humanity is stupid. Not most of humanity. I think it's actually most of men. Most of men. You don't see women doing stuff like this. I know that sounds sexist, but I'm sure there is some female trolls, but they're few and far between compared to like the 50 billion that I meet in my personal life as an average dude every day. You know what I'm saying?